Gamers, hello, it's me. Welcome back again. The fish stick on a stick. You know what we're here for. We're here for some good old-fashioned sludge. Some great, delicious sludge. Dinosaurs made out of actual sludge. Can I escape the sludge bubble? Nope, can't do it. Can't do it. I'm sorry, it's never gonna happen. I will be doing this until I die of old age at the ripe old age of 35. But until then, we have some sludge to look over. So, full screen. Also, I got my Field Museum merch. Wearing it after I went to the Field Museum. We got we got Sue the T-Rex, we got the Spinosaurus, we got the Archaeopteryx. The Archaeopteryx is insane, by the way. Like, dear God, the details on it are phenomenal. Like, cannot be captured in photograph. I got the Titanosaur, the Patagotitan. You thought I already was like 37. No, I'm 29. I'm 29. What the Earth was like before the dinosaurs. I've already got like 4 videos picked out that caught my attention just because like I did notice that the list is a lot longer. So I picked out like I don't know if we'll go through all 4, but these 4 in particular just caught my eye. Also, updated bingo. Hey, look at that. We can actually read all of it at once. I can live with that. Well, mostly, except for this one right here. Okay, so I updated bingo. I cut out a few things, and also, I made sure that it can actually be randomized now. So like, there's all these individual links. You can choose one of these if you want. Here, let me put the link to this in the chat. And then if you want to select your own bingo to play along, here, let me pin it here. There we go. So yeah, just click on the individual link, click on whatever number you want, 1 through 30, and you'll be good to go. And you'll be able to randomize your own bingo board. All right, so I'll try to just like skip over the ones that we've already seen. Like some of these I just shortened so that you know, they're easier on the eyes. Like entire clade of animals is one entry that used to have like Forest Rockidae as an example. If AI says Argentinosaurus is the biggest known sauropod, would it count to the biggest ever? Yes, as long as it's the biggest something ever. It doesn't have to be the biggest animal ever, otherwise I would have said the biggest animal ever. It's the biggest something ever. So yeah, we got Jurassic Park / world footage used. We get this all the fucking time. AI focuses on one clade too much. Again, that was on the last one. Overhyping an animal as being more badass on the last one. AI repeats itself. I think... Is this a new one? I think this is a new one, because the AI does repeat itself a lot. Wild size overestimate, AI generated image / video. I clarified that one. Obligate scavenging mentioned. This I felt was an absolutely necessary one. Just because, like, we get it so fucking often. Just like, Ooh, it was a scavenger. It was a scavenger. Fuck off. Everything scavenges. Piss off. Die. What about like most powerful and most dangerous? If that counts biggest, I would say that usually falls into like overhyping an animal as being more badass than it was. Butcher pronunciation, meaningless AI statement, pack hunting, megalodon. Even though it was huge slash dangerous, it was an herbivore, obviously. We've got outlandish thumbnail bait in the free space this time because, like, obviously it's got to have some kind of thumbnail bait. Non-dinosaur and dinosaur list. Incorrect taxonomy. This is the hardest one to read, and I apologize for that, but it's just like, calling dinosaurs slash pliosaurs lizards. Footage with no commentary slash only sound effects. I got rid of the documentary clarifier there, just because, like, this makes it a lot easier to fill in. And they do it with, like, sorry, movies and shit all the time too, like Jurassic Park World, so we might get like a double one with that. Scary slash dangerous creature is totally harmless. Unrelated animal used as B-roll. Video gets worse as it goes on. Highly outdated facts. Height mixed up with length. T-Rex comparison. AI gets confused and mixes up two different animals. The biggest blank ever. And entire clade of animals is one entry. Basically, I just got rid of some of the ones that I felt wouldn't show up very often and replaced them with more reasonable ones. And yeah, like the free space is also randomized on your guys's. I've picked number 6 for mine because that is the one that has outlandish thumbnail bait as the free space. Turn that cap around so we can see your iconic receding hairline. Please shut the fuck up. It's stress, okay? It'll grow back when I'm not stressed anymore. But yeah, we got some sludge to get into, and we got a lot of it. We got some time to make up for. You dig? So, I'll look into it. Oh, I need to turn on desktop audio. Let's turn it up to a reasonable level. So the 4 that I have chosen are 15 prehistoric creatures recently discovered, because this one has that model of a Diplocaulus for the thumbnail, and I was just like, this is gonna be some stupid bullshit where it's gonna say that, like, oh, these models are like the Triceratops in Detroit is gonna show up, right? And it's gonna be like, oh my god, this is recently discovered. This is 4 years old, but I know this channel produces some sludge. We've also got 15 deadly animals you'll be glad to know are extinct 2 years ago. I chose this one because, like, it has a dinosaur in the thumbnail, so it's like, okay, we'll probably get some dinosaurs in here too, alongside the other stuff. We have top 10 insane-looking dinosaurs, because it's got this weird little xenomorph thing as the thumbnail. And I was just like, I want to see what it thinks of, like, actually insane-looking dinosaurs. Apparently, one of them is Carnotaurus. Like, we've been spoiled by that one on the chapters. And then this one interested me the most. 25 myths about dinosaurs you might need to stop believing. This one caught my attention by a lot. For one thing, because of the title. For another thing, look at those fucking dislikes, man. They are wrong about the myths that we are wrong about. Oh, this one's 9 years old. Oh boy. Okay, so some of these probably aren't going to be AI, but they are going to be sludge. And I will be very, very happy to pick them apart, piece by piece. Yeah, did you know that Velociraptor was originally released in Japan under the name of Doki Doki Panic? But yeah, let's get into this. Which one do we want to start off with first? Recently discovered, glad to know are extinct, insane-looking dinosaurs, or 25 myths? What are we thinking? I will leave it up to you. Top 25? Oh, recently discovered. Oh, we got 2. Okay. I'm seeing mostly 25 myths. All right. 25 myths. We'll start off with this one. You might need to stop believing these. Let's get into this.
I'm Mike with List 25, and here.
Okay, that seems very loud. Hold on. My apologies. That seems very loud. Um all right, let's get back into it. Sounded good to you? I'll turn it back up a little bit.
I'm Mike with List 25, and here are 25 myths about dinosaurs you might need to stop believing.
I'll believe whatever I
Also,
want to believe.
this list goes out to our buddy and loyal fan, Max Owens. What's up, Max?
Okay. Okay, I don't know who believes this, to be frank. Um like yeah, this is very obviously not true. Like children know this. Um like yeah, dinosaur or okay, if you want to be pedantic about it then yes. Birds and dinosaurs okay, well yes, birds and dinosaurs live together at the same time, but birds and humans also live together at the same time. Um unless you are a young Earth creationist, you probably don't genuinely believe that dinosaurs and humans live together. I mean, like, hey, I will be proven wrong by very stupid people on TikTok or something who are just like almost conspiracy theorists for the sake of being conspiracy theorists, if you know what I mean. Uh, they're just like everything's a conspiracy, man. Fucking and all it does is make us honest to God, like honest to goodness, real life conspiracy theorists, us real life 9/11 truthers, look stupid by associating with people who are just like, oh man, dinosaurs and people live together at the same time. Um, yeah, so this is very obviously not true. The last non-avian dinosaurs went extinct 66 million years ago. That is I cannot even begin to stress how long ago that was. That is an insane gap of time. So much of mammalian evolution has taken place in that time frame that like it's insane. And yeah, humans are only like Homo sapiens at least are only like 300,000, 400,000 years old. So we are separated by a fucking lot. We have not been around all that long. But like obviously a lot of dinosaur media does show humans and dinosaurs living together. You got stuff like the Flintstones and like 1 million BC and shit like that. Generally older stuff. But even then, you will still have a lot of dinosaur media that does involve humans in some way, like Jurassic Park, like fucking Land of the Lost with Will Ferrell. But that uses like other means to bring like people to dinosaurs or dinosaurs to people rather than just like, oh, these guys live together all along. It's very rare that you'll see media these days that is like actually trying to say like, oh yeah, dinosaurs and humans are contemporary. I think honestly, The Good Dinosaur is one of the more recent examples I can think of that, and no one remembers that movie. So let's continue.
A common false dinosaur fact coming from the world of science fiction.
Why is the T-Rex chasing Pirates of the Caribbean cosplay? Oh yeah, Primal. Primal's another example. I still haven't seen that show, but I know about it. Primal, that's another good one. Um, yeah, why is the T-Rex chasing Pirates of the Caribbean cosplayers? There's two Jack Sparrows. And these two ladies are about to slap him back to back in a row. Um, anyways,
Dinosaurs actually never coexisted with humans.
unless you count
The
birds.
last dinosaur died out 62 million years before our first recognizable hominid ancestor appeared on
Okay.
Earth.
Okay, I was gonna say like 62 million years. I've never heard that, but like hominid ancestor, like okay, I believe that. Like yeah, totally.
24.
Jurassic Park will be a reality once we master cloning. Yeah, no, I no. Okay, so here's what you gotta know about cloning. Um, or about cloning in Jurassic Park, right? It's science fiction, or it's bordering on science fantasy because you see, DNA has a half-life of 512 years. What this means is basically, every 512 years, like let's say you have 100% perfectly intact DNA. After 500 years, 50%. After another 512 years, 25%. Another 512 years, 12.5%. And again, that is 66 million years. By the first couple thousand of years, that DNA is almost gone. So, yeah, it's really just it's not possible. Even if we did get like, the dinosaur DNA inside of a mosquito or something, even if we somehow managed to get that, um it just wouldn't work. For one thing, you'd probably get a lot of mosquito DNA in there, honestly. Um and for another thing, like the DNA would just be way too old. Like, yeah, forget cloning. You'd be better off inventing a time machine to get dinosaurs. I could see, like, a time machine, if it could exist, and actually go back in time and not just forward. Um, yeah, I could see that being way more plausible for bringing back dinosaurs. Bring back Prehistoric Park with Nigel Marvin. That's how you do it. That's how you do it, man. So yeah, this is also like obviously, it's maybe not obviously because to the layman they're not going to understand this, which is like why the science in Jurassic Park works the way it does, which is fine. It works well as a concept for a movie, but as actual science, it's basically nonsense.
One of the most commonly accepted dinosaur myths is that we will be able to clone and propagate dinosaurs once we get better at cloning.
I don't know if that's what I would really call a common myth, but whatever.
Not true. DNA has a fragile structure and breaks down soon after a creature's death, and surely after 62 million years.
60.
So, sadly,
Okay, 66 million years. Okay, 62 million years before hominids is what you were saying. 66 million years total, but even then, this is 9 years ago. I think since then, um, like back then, it was 65 million years. That's why, in a lot of marketing for movies, you'd get like Jurassic Park, like an adventure, 65 million years in the making, and then there was the fucking shitty Adam Driver movie, 65, which at this point should have taken place basically immediately after. There should have been like a bunch of turtles and phytosaurs running around. So if you called it 66, that would have been better. But I don't know. Maybe 66 is trademarked by Lucasfilms. Because they're going to make a movie called 66 about Order 66. I don't fucking know.
for all the Jurassic Park fans, it seems as though we won't be having Disney-owned dino theme parks.
23.
Would Disney own them? Fuck, dude. Disney's already getting rid of Dino Land. I don't think they want dinosaurs. They're not marketable enough, even though Jurassic World is doing just fine, but whatever, man. Archaeologists study dinosaurs. Yeah, no, that's paleontology. Okay, this is honestly something that does annoy me a bit, where it's just like, yeah, archaeologists, like, oh man, look at this dinosaur that archaeologists found. No, 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 no. Archaeologists are the ones who end up looking over like old human civilization stuff. Like, archaeologists are going to ancient Egypt and stuff like that, and like Pompeii, or I don't know, those weird Mesoamerican cliff civilizations and shit like that. So yes, totally worth covering. Because no, it's paleontologists who study dinosaurs, not archaeologists. Like, it's one of those things where, you know, it's a distinction that really does matter. Because it's like, it's a difference between, you know, Dr. Grant and Indiana Jones.
Archaeologists do study the past and they do plenty of digging, but they don't study dinosaurs. They study humans, and
Mm-hmm.
some study animals and their relationships with humans over the past 3 to 4 million years.
Yeah, that would be things like, you know, us propagating, you know, farming and domestication of animals like dogs and, you know, our livestock, stuff like that. Not really, again, dinosaurs or even really extinct animals, unless it happens to be like, you know, an extinct animal that we were that is in some way related to humans. Stuff like that. Like, yeah, animal husbandry, basically. A long-winded way to say animal husbandry, so I can shove more ads into this video.
Paleontologists are the scientists who study dinosaurs through paleontology, the study of fossils to learn about life in previous geological periods.
Paleontologists study dinosaurs through the study of paleontology. That's good. That's good.
22.
Why'd you do that? Oh shit. Hold up.
20.
Okay, so I don't know why the fuck he did that.
22.
Yeah, so some dinosaurs could actually fly. They're called birds. I'll say I didn't even looking at bingo. Like, I'm not even sure if this is really an AI video, so I don't know if this really counts for bingo. Um so yeah, so some dinosaurs could fly. Even if you discount birds, there are flying species of dinosaurs, such as the I always fuck their names up. The the scan fuck. It's Yi. Yi. Like Yi Chi. The little batwing dudes. Yeah, Scansoriopterids. I always want to say like Scansauropterygians, but that's wrong because that would basically be like mixing up Yi Chi with a plesiosaur, and that's just that's wrong. Um. So yeah, like I'm gonna go fucking Yi Chi or Yi Chi rather. Like yeah, this is a dinosaur, and it can fly. Ooh, I like this. I like the watercolor on this one. That looks nice. But yeah, very strange little footnote in dinosaur evolution. I'm pretty sure Yi was from the Middle Jurassic, which is around the time that I'm pretty sure other birds were evolving. Oh, late Jurassic. Okay, so God, the Jurassic was just the time where dinosaurs were just like, I want to fly. I want to get away. I want to fly away. I'm a fucking dragonfly. There were other relatives of Yi. I'm trying to think of their names. Uh, okay, listen. This guy is about to talk about pterosaurs, right? He's gonna talk about pterosaurs, but he's ignoring the dinosaurs that could fly. Number one being birds. Number two being things like Yi, the Scansauropterids. And also Microraptorines. Um, uh, it's yeah, Epidexoteryx. It's too many X's. Too many X's and too many P's. Okay, it's two of each. Um, like, yeah, Yi was found a while after this, so I'll give him a pass on Yi. But again, like, you do have birds, and you do have Microraptorians. And Microraptors, like, Microraptor, I think, was discovered in 2001. Less of an excuse there. However, um, it's gone back and forth a little bit on whether or not Microraptor was capable of powered flight. Oh, Yi was discovered in April of 2015, 10 years ago. Okay, yeah, he should have known better. Um, but yeah, it's gone back and forth on whether or not Microraptor would have been capable of powered flight. But I'm pretty sure the modern consensus is that yes, Microraptor was capable of powered flight. So that is a flying dinosaur. Like, granted, when people say flying
Fish
dinosaurs,
stick on a stick is the chimera of YouTube.
I get what you mean by that. I get what you mean by that. Powered flight, as in, like, flapping your wings in order to gain lift. Like, like birds do. At least, flying birds. Like flying birds do, like bats, like flying insects. Um, because some animals just glide, like flying squirrels or flying snakes or Draco lizards or colugas. Or are they colugas? Is that how it's said? Coluga? No, colugo. Colugo. These guys are weird by the look at it. Look at that face. Look at that face. Fucking freaky ass critter. Oh, look how stretchy he is. Stretchy. What a weirdo. Yeah, these guys are just gliders. Flying fish are also gliders. They can't stay out of the water for multiple reasons. Yeah, there's flying snakes. Flying snake. See? They go like whoosh, 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 whoosh through the air. It's freaky. And then there's the Draco lizard. They just kind of like, oh, my rib cage. They spread it out. And they glide through the air. Freaky little dudes. Yeah, like a lot of these guys, like flying squirrels and stuff like that, they're gliders, not powered flyers. So things like birds and bats and pterosaurs and Yi and like a lot of insects, those are powered flyers. That's not to say that they strapped a jet onto their back and they're just like... Ichi's holotype was discovered in 2007. It probably wasn't described for a while after that, though. And even then, I'm pretty sure Epidexoteryx was discovered even prior to that. But, like, they just thought it was, like, Finger Boy. Like, they weren't sure exactly what to do with the... Because, like, hold on. I'm pretty sure it featured in Dinosaur Planet. Yeah, see? This is supposed to be like Yi, but they have it as just Finger Boy. Look at those big long fingers. Like, or Planet Dinosaur rather. Planet Dinosaur here seems to be portraying it as almost like an eye. When really it would have been, closer to Yi. So, long story short, yes, some dinosaurs could fly.
Again, nope. When we think of dinosaurs, we often think of the pterodactyl or ichthyosaur.
But yeah, pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. They are close relatives. They are both archosaurs that basically started evolving sometime during the Triassic. But pterosaurs are not dinosaurs.
But they're not even dinos. The earliest vertebrates scientists have identified as developing powered flight, pterosaurs, were reptiles but not dinosaurs.
21.
again, I feel like this is something that goes way, 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 way back. Pardon me. Um, like this is like back to old interpretations of dinosaurs, right? Like Fantasia, where you see the T-Rex fighting a Stegosaurus while there's like Parasaurolophus and Nodosaurus in the background and shit like that. That's what I end up thinking of for this. But Fantasia was in like the 1940s. So, yeah. I think like uh Arthur Conan Doyle's Lost World also engaged in this a little bit. I think that there is a bit of this rhetoric and also the young Earth creationist stuff where it's just like, yeah, all the dinosaurs were around at the same time and Parasaurolophus was breathing fire and mm, which times was T-Rex alive with? T-Rex was alive for the last like 2 or 3 million years of the Mesozoic period. So it was around with things like Triceratops, Edmontosaurus, Ankylosaurus, Anzu. Well, that's just like, stuff within the Hell Creek Formation. There was also other stuff surviving around the late Maastrichtian all over the world. Things like, I want to say Majungasaurus in Madagascar. What else we got? Oh, God. Yeah, Laura Titan over in Asia. Where is that from anyway? Whatever. Um, yeah, Alamosaurus in Texas. That was another one. So that was a, quote unquote long neck that T-Rex was contemporary with. I'm pretty sure that Alamosaurus would have been more contemporary with Tyrannosaurus macraensis, which is the southern species that lives in places like Texas and Mexico. Russia, that's what it was. Russia's Asia, even though it sounds weird to say that. Still don't understand. Is Pteranodon or Pterodactyl a species name and which one is family, genus, whatever? I'm not that good at classification. Pteranodon is a genus name. Pterodactyl is kind of just a catch-all term for pterosaurs. It's not really used scientifically. It's pretty much just like a colloquial term. Um, but yeah, Pteranodon is like, hold up. It's this guy. This is a species of Pteranodon. I want to say it's like, I think that might be Ingens actually. I don't think it's Longiceps. I'm pretty sure it's Ingens. That might actually be the one at the Field Museum. Is it Longiceps? I think it is, yeah. Okay, what's Ingens then? Wait, was that the one that was like? Oh, it might be Ingens. Hmm. Because it's got like the sort of hump in the back of the crest here. Anyway, so yeah, pterodactyl is just kind of a colloquial term for the entire group of pterosaurs, which like any of the flying dudes like this fall under. But there are pterodactyl, like there is the genus Pterodactylus, which was from I want to say like the late Jurassic in Europe. And it was just like a little flying dude. It was honestly like compared to other pterosaurs, nothing super special, but it's like it was one of the first ones they found, and because of that, the name it's like your mom calling everything a Nintendo, right? It's like because we have this first one. Oh, Ingens is a synonym of Longiceps. I didn't know that. Fucking, they need to figure out their shit with Pteranodon already. Cause like we got Longiceps, we got Sternberg Eye. Is it Geosternbergia? I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, Pteranodon is native to the U.S. It's native to like the Midwest, generally speaking, because that's where the Western Interior Seaway was, and Pteranodon was a coastal animal. Um, but yeah, basically, pterodactyl is not a term that's really used scientifically. If you want to say like all of the flyy dudes that aren't dinosaurs, then just say pterosaurs.
Scientists have identified as developing powered flight, pterosaurs were reptiles but not dinosaurs.
21.
Hmm. So, right, we're back to this shit now. So yeah, I don't know who. I don't know if this is really a myth so much as just like people aren't even asking this question in the first place. Because like anyone who knows much about dinosaurs, I want to say, is gonna understand that they lived for a very long time and like across different eras. Like again, children who get into dinosaurs know this, but like I don't I wouldn't really call this a myth, but I don't know, man. Again, this is a very it's a very classic way of looking at dinosaurs. Like again, the Fantasia is the example that I would go to.
Though dino shows would make us think all known dinosaurs lived together during the same time period, this
Also, Land Before Time. That's another example that I would go for. Land Before Time has an Apatosaurus, or maybe he's supposed to be a Brontosaurus. I don't know. A Stegosaurus. Those two are actually contemporary, mixed with a Triceratops. I think she's supposed to be a Saurolophus. Maybe a Parasaurolophus. I don't know. I'm guessing that by like the shorter crest, Ducky and her family are supposed to be Saurolophus. And a Pteranodon. Saurolophus and Pteranodon, I think timeline-wise, were contemporary. Saurolophus was living out in Asia, though. Pteranodon was living in North America. If you want to say Ducky is a Parasaurolophus, then at the very least they're all North American species, but I'm pretty sure she's supposed... Oh, Saurolophus did live in North America? Okay. I thought it was only like the Asian ones, but I guess it's sort of a Sarcosuchus situation. You got the African one and the South American one. Oh, the Saurolophus is Maastrichtian too? Damn, alright. No, Spike's supposed to be a Stegosaurus. Yeah, because he's got like the little spikes on his tail, right? Does he? Does he? He doesn't. Okay, he is supposed to be a Stegosaurus, but now I'm looking at him differently. Like, he could pass as a Notosaurid. I know that he's adopted, like Ducky's family adopts him. I remember that. I recently rewatched The Land Before Time. It's just like, damn, this is a short-ass movie. He's a Yoshi. There you go. Because, like, we never see Spike's parents. Anyways. Like, I always just saw him as a Stegosaur because he's got, like, the little baby plates on his back. I never saw, like, spikes on his tail, though.
This is a major dinosaur myth. The famous Tyrannosaurus and Brontosaurus, now identified as Apatosaurus,
nope, not anymore. Now that outdated fact is outdated. Yeah, my bad. I thought Saurolophus would have been, like, around the same time as Parasaurolophus. So, my B-dog. Oh, earlier in 2015, Brontosaurus was valid again? Damn, this guy's just behind on major dinosaur news. I haven't marked anything off the bingo board because this guy is unfortunately not AI. He's just a guy. So by the time this video came out, Brontosaurus was valid again. But yeah, it is correct that Tyrannosaurus and Apatosaurus and Brontosaurus live farther apart than we do from T-Rex. They are separated by a great deal of time.
lived 65 million years apart, further apart than the last dinosaurs and the first humans.
Okay, I think he totally mixed that up. Um, okay, I want to say that. Oh God, I'm so bad at math. I think that T-Rex and the late Jurassic are separated by about 90 million years. And we are separated from T-Rex by 66 million years. But he was saying that they were separated by 65 million years, which at the time of this video would have been the accurate estimate for how long we are separated by T-Rex. But he was saying 62 million years earlier, which is still wrong. Fuck. Oi.
20. This common
Wait. What? What? That is what happened. Oh no. Wait, how is this a myth? Excuse me, that's literally what happened. Are you gonna be pedantic and say, oh, it was a meteor actually? How is this a myth? Hold the fuck up. What are you gonna say now?
This commonly held dinosaur myth is heavily debated by paleontologists. Though it's mostly accepted that the asteroid strike wiped out the last of the dinosaurs, some scientists believe dinosaurs had already been declining for many millennia. 19.
Oh boy, that's wrong. That's wrong. I'm very sorry. That is incredibly incorrect. Dinosaurs were doing very well during the Maastrichtian. They were doing great. That is a fucking... That is basically a myth that would be perpetuated by the final episode of Walking with Dinosaurs. So what you're believing is honestly a myth. Like, the dinosaurs were doing very well by the end of the Maastrichtian. Like, I love Walking with Dinosaurs, the original one, as much as the next guy. But, like, the final episode does a really poor job at showcasing what the Hell Creek Formation was like at the end of the Age of the Dinosaurs. Like, Walking with Dinosaurs portrays the meteor strike as almost kind of merciful. Like, the dinosaurs are already on their way out, and it's just like, alright, let's get rid of them. It would be really hard, I think, to definitively say that, like, the dinosaurs were on their way out at the end of the Maastrichtian unless you had, like, a lack of fossil evidence to showcase that them being there, but we still have loads of fucking fossils from the Maastrichtian from all over the world. I go to the Hell Creek Formation, I find the Triceratops. They're all out there. Fuck, dude. Damn. Yeah, that is real bad. So next we got dinosaurs were all scaly, which, like, since about the 90s has been common scientific knowledge, but God knows that modern day dinosaur fans are, or at least the general public, are struggling to catch up. In part due to fucking Jurassic World. Just... Oh my fucking god. What a missed opportunity. What a missed opportunity from Jurassic World to bring in feathered dinosaurs. But yeah, if you want to be pedantic about it, then yes, all dinosaurs did have scales, but they weren't scaly all over. Which I guess is what we're getting at here. It's just putting that into 4 words instead of way more. But whatever.
Despite our images of the T-Rex and Stegosaurus, not all dinosaurs were scale-covered hulking beasts.
Mm-hmm.
The past 2 decades of research have unearthed numerous dinosaur species which were covered in feathers. Despite their feathers, they were flightless, likely using them for insulation or in mating rituals.
Except for Microraptor, which was absolutely using them for flying. It'd be really nice if you showed some of the fossils of feathered dinosaurs. I would have really appreciated that. Instead of, like, just this drawing. Because, like, from a scientific communication perspective, that almost seems like a sort of take my word for it sort of thing. Which, like, isn't the best for trying to convince people that to not believe in a myth anymore, but, like, whatever, I guess.
18.
You just fucking said that they were on their way out at the end of the fucking Cretaceous. You just fucking said that. This is a complete contradiction to one of the fucking things you just said. Weak and easily extinctable. Is that a word? Is that a word? Like, I don't think that this image of dinosaurs has existed since before Jurassic Park. Like, I don't know if I still have this book, but, like, I remember having this super old dinosaur book that showed illustrations of, like, sauropods being so fucking big and stupid that they're just getting, like, stuck in the mud and tar and stuff, and it's just like, this might be why they went extinct. Like, I understand that this is the myth, but, like, the myth is basically confirming what he said, like, 2 myths ago. Like, yeah, an asteroid strike killed off the thriving dinosaurs, but they were already on their way out. But it turns out, no, they're not actually weak and extinctable. Fuck you talking about, man?
Not so. Dinosaurs hold the record for dominating the planet longer than any other land animal. Ruling over 150 million years, dinosaurs were masters of adaptation and evolution.
17.
Stupid. But, like, even then, all that's saying is that they lived for a long time. Tuataras have lived for a long time. I hate to be the one to break this to you, they would be very easily extinctable. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, Stegosaurus is gonna get mentioned. I don't know, these segments are so short that, like, I don't know if we're gonna get, like, the walnut brain or the 2 brains thing. I don't know, man.
Those who believe dinosaurs were evolutionarily weak also tend to think the creatures were pretty stupid. Paleontologists aren't too on board with this assumption. Though intelligence is hard to determine, especially for such ancient creatures, scientists have found examples of parenting, social behavior, and group living among dinosaurs.
This is all true, by the way. Parenting is, like, found in species like Oviraptor and Maiasaura. Because we do have evidence of the dinosaurs just, like, taking care of their eggs. Social behaviors, like, we do have evidence of some dinosaurs herding, or at least congregating in big groups. Like, we have the evidence for pack hunting with Deinonychus. We have evidence for herding and potentially pack hunting with Pachyrhinosaurus and Albertosaurus. It's kind of impossible to study intelligence through fossils. The best thing we can do is basically compare the shapes of the brain cases to living species, which is how we can determine that things like T-Rex would have been more similar in intelligence to things like crocodiles than things like birds. They did this with Allosaurus too. I remember them talking about this in the Big Al special. Where it's just like, yeah, this thing is, like, the brain case is very similarly shaped to that of a crocodile. So it's very reasonable to assume that they would have been similarly intelligent. That's pretty much all you can do in terms of like determining dinosaur intelligence. You could also compare the size of the brain case to the size of the body. That's what they ended up doing with Troodon, which is why Troodon was kind of memed for a while as like the smartest dinosaur, the most intelligent dinosaur, and then you got stuff like the Troodon Man, where it's like, hey, if the asteroid never wiped out the dinosaurs, then we would have gotten the Troodon Man, and dinosaurs would have just evolved to become like people. A friend of mine was really weirdly bothered about feathered dinosaurs recently. A lot of people are for some reason. I really don't get that at all. Like, there's this weird idea that feathered dinosaurs well, there's a lot of weird ideas around feathered dinosaurs. Some of them are that like, oh, feathered dinosaurs are all a Chinese conspiracy because all of the feathered dinosaurs are coming from China, which no, they're not. They're just not. One of the first evidences that we found of feathered dinosaurs was found in Germany in the 1800s. No. Oh yeah, fucking Gareth Edwards is saying that like, oh, feathered dinosaurs aren't scary. They're kind of just like big chickens. I will say this until the day I die. The reason that the velociraptors in Jurassic Park were scary is not because they're scaly. Because you see, scaly and scary are only one letter apart. Therefore, they're the same. I think that the reason the velociraptors in Jurassic Park were scary is because they were built up over the entire movie to be these very horrifying monsters, basically. And then when they actually got out, then it's like, oh, it's so much worse than we could have imagined. They're setting up ambushes on people and outsmarting them. They figured out how to open doors. And it's like, the thing that they tell you earlier in the movie about how they never tried the same thing twice and they like keep learning. Like they never try the same thing twice that they fail. Like in the scene where it's like they're trying to lock the doors and the velociraptor is like trying to push its way in by opening the door. Like eventually that doesn't work anymore once they manage to lock it. And so what does the raptor do next? It tries something else. It busts through the fucking window. Like, it isn't just the fact that like, oh, it's scaly and so, you know, that's how, oh, like it can only be portrayed as scary in this one instance or whatever the fuck, right? Like, the raptors in Jurassic Park, Alan Grant had a SPAS 12 and they had him on the back step. Compare that to the fucking Pyroraptor scene in Jurassic World Dominion, where we finally have a goddamn feathered raptor in one of these movies, and Chris Pratt and Pilot Lady see this fucking raptor come straight towards them, very threateningly, and they just like pull out a knife and a stun baton out, like they're ready to go with it. They're ready to go again. Like they're not scared. They're not nervous. Are they even surprised? No, not really. They just survived a plane crash, and they're about to be attacked by a dinosaur, and they're only fucking nervous once it starts swimming for no reason. Not to mention, we never even get a fucking comment on the fact that this is a feathered raptor from anyone in the entire movie, because the Pyroraptor is a one-scene wonder that, by the way, doesn't even share screen time with Alan fucking Grant. Alan Grant sees a fully feathered Moros Intrepidus and says nothing. Oh, and when the fucking Pyroraptor, by the way, at the end of the scene is like clawing at them through the metal grate, Pilot Lady just zaps it through the bars and it's just like, ow, you got me. Writing the Pyroraptor to be a fucking goober that is completely non-threatening to these characters because, let's be real, none of them can ever fucking die. That's what made it non-threatening. It's not the fact that it had feathers, even though they also fucked that up by giving it a horrible, ugly monster face. A deleted scene with Alan Grant and the Pyroraptor? Are you fucking kidding? Do you know how many scenes in Dominion could have been deleted? The Pyroraptor attack is one of those scenes. You can cut the scene after fucking Chris Pratt and Pilot Lady get out of the fucking crashed plane. Just cut the scene from there. None of the movie changes. The rest of the movie stays the exact fucking same. All you need to know is that they survived the plane crash. Somehow. Fucking God.
And many species even have brains quite large for their size.
16.
What? Why are you saying both? Warm or cold-blooded? Why are you saying both? Are you saying they were neither? Yeah, they had no blood. Fossil evidence of blood has never shown up. Therefore, dinosaurs that were not hot or cold-blooded. Generally speaking, the consensus is that yes, dinosaurs by and large were warm-blooded. There are some animals that are kind of in the middle. Like, great white sharks are an example of that. Zuko is also an example of that. Because, like, Zuko is... There we go. Zuko is an alligator lizard. And he can warm his body up as much as he needs to, but he can't lower his body temperature. That's something that, like, we can do as, like, full-on endotherms. Zuko can do half of that. He can't do the other half. Meanwhile, like, my little frogs here, fully ectotherms. I have to keep this tank at, like, 80, 70, 80-ish degrees. I forget what it is, actually. Whatever, I have to keep it warm because they live in warm climates. Otherwise, they're very unhappy. Yeah, what up, my endotherms? What up, my endies?
Though the animals we're familiar with today are either warm or
That's a Dimetrodon. That's not even a dinosaur.
cold-blooded, the same doesn't apply to dinos. Paleontologists have found dinosaurs from the Mesozoic period were neither warm nor cold-blooded. Rather, their being dinosaur-blooded was a unique form of body heating and cooling that appears to have changed with the dinosaur's metabolism over its lifetime.
15.
Change of the dinosaur. I have never heard of any of this. Dinosaur-blooded. I've never heard of this at all. Oh, Savannah. I've heard that Savannah monitors are an absolute fucking bastard to take care of. Because, like, they get way bigger than people expect, and they need super high heat, and they mostly need to eat insects, otherwise they're at risk of getting super obese. And, like, feeding a big-ass lizard on a diet of mostly invertebrates is just a giant pain in the ass. Like, fuck, dude. I would not want to get a Savannah monitor. Yeah, don't you know the blood types? A, B, A, B, O, and dinosaur? Jesus Christ. Anyway. So yes, they did. Yes, they did. The Earth, in general, was warmer in the Mesozoic. Now, there were some cold areas, especially going into the Cretaceous, such as around the poles.
Well, I had put a bet that you would get a bingo by now. Regardless, I think you deserve this for putting up with the sludge.
Honestly, we should... Hold the fuck up. We should take a look at bingo, because, like... Okay. We got some fucking shit to go over here. Thank you for the $10, by the way. He did repeat himself at one point. We had, like, a picture of Jurassic Park being used. Nothing AI generated. We're not going to get that. He did mention family groups, but not specifically pack hunting. Yeah, if he means exclusively warm climates, then I'll back him up on that. But saying that they didn't live in warm climates at all is insane, because that's most of the world during the Mesozoic. Non-dinosaur and dinosaur list. I'm counting the Dimetrodon as that. Highly outdated facts. Like, even by the standards of this video being 9 years old, they were still outdated by then. I guess we couldn't say unrelated animal uses B-roll for the Dimetrodon, because, like, yeah. Okay. Even with how bad this is getting. Oh, yeah, where his video gets worse, actually. There we go. Okay. I always get an itchy nose whenever I'm on camera. Okay. I'm okay with this. Okay, so, as I was saying, most of the Earth was just generally warmer during the Mesozoic period. I don't believe there were even polar ice caps for most of it. Now, by the Cretaceous, the North and South Pole were starting to cool down a bit, and, like, there is some indication that areas like the Prince Creek Formation would have gotten pretty cold. Like, and may have even snowed at some points. This is areas that, like, some troodontids are found. Pachyrhinosaurus. What's it called? Nanuqsaurus. So, yeah, these are areas that would have gotten cold. Being totally snowy, like, all the time is actually not highly believed at the moment. Like, these wouldn't have been, like, a tundra. So, being, like, seeing dinosaurs being coated in, like, blizzards and stuff really would have been a fairly rare sight. But it is really cool looking, so a lot of people like to focus on that, which fair the fuck enough, right? Nanuqsaurus reminds me of the monster from Beast Quest. Is Nanook a real word? Nanook just means polar bear, basically. As far as I'm aware, because Nanuqsaurus does mean the polar bear lizard.
A recently dug up Cryolophosaurus fossil.
Oh my god, okay. Oh, that's so much worse. If you were gonna talk about fucking Prince Creek, I would have gone with you, but dude. Okay, so Antarctica. Cryolophosaurus, by the way, is a species of dinosaurs known from Antarctica. Antarctica in the early Jurassic? Okay, so you see how there's trees in the background here. You see how there's trees? There's not trees on Antarctica today. I don't know if Antarctica was, like, totally tropical, but, like, yeah, it was more or less temperate. This was not, like, a super cold fucking... this was not, like, an Arctic environment, right? This was not a polar environment. So, this was a dinosaur that lived in a warm climate. You have picked a terrible example for this. There's Imperabator, there's like fucking Antarctopelta, there's Nanuqsaurus, Pachyrhinosaurus, Edmontosaurus, fucking Troodon. Fuck, dude. Joshua Noob's Hansen Formation art piece. Oh. Yeah, look at that. Oh. Hold on, can we... There we go. Beautiful. Well, all kinds of critters here. Look how warm it is. Look how lush and vibrant it is. That's what it looked like. Also, I saw a mount of a Cryolophosaurus when I was at the Field Museum. Not like a skeleton, but like a statue, like a model. It was very cool. Cryolophosaurus is one of my favorite dinosaurs, so yeah. You have picked a terrible example for this, is what I'm saying, basically.
In the South Pole is proving that dinosaurs lived and thrived even in freezing polar regions.
Trees.
Near to this fossil,
Trees.
paleontologists found numerous other partial dinosaur skeletons.
Trees.
14.
The Stegosaurus tail brain. This is mostly in regards to Stegosaurus, as far as I'm aware. I don't think I've ever heard of any other dinosaur besides Stegosaurus being described as like having a second brain, basically. This is, again, like one of those super old facts, or facts. Yeah, I rarely hear these kinds of things being, like, circulated anymore. Like, this is super, super old. Like, again, this is the kind of thing that I would see in, like, some of my old-ass dinosaur books when I was a kid. And again, it was only ever in reference to Stegosaurus.
Paleontologist Charles Marsh found a wide cavity in the hip area of various dinosaurs' spinal canals, which he speculated as the
Mostly
location
Stegosaurus.
of a rear second brain. This dinosaur assumption has since been disproven. Many vertebrates, including us humans, have an enlarged nerve cluster at the base of our spines.
13.
Oh, all prehistoric reptiles were dinosaurs? Is that why you used a fucking Dimetrodon right here? Is that why? Did anything even have two brains? I don't think so. There's plenty of things that have no brains. Like, I would be more appreciative of this fact in particular if you weren't guilty of using it yourself.
Though many people think dinosaur is the name for any reptile which walked the earth before the appearance of humans, only about 10% of reptiles in the Mesozoic era were actually dinosaurs.
Certainly not this. Okay, this looks like Hell Creek. So I guess that's supposed to be Inferno Dracon. Which, by the way, fucking 10 out of 10 name. 10 out of 10 as Darkid name. So fucking baller. Because, yeah, we got T-Rex and Kylosaurus. This looks like either Struthiomimus or Ornithomimus. Pachycephalosaurus, Triceratops, Anzu, and what looks like indeterminate large dromaeosaurid. Yeah, back then I think this would have been like indeterminate as Darkid or maybe Quetzalcoatlus, but this year the Hell Creek as Darkid was named to be Inferno Dracon, which I think is just so fucking rad.
12.
Dinosaurs were terrors for mammals. I mean, the ones that ate them would have been. There is this kind of like idea that dinosaurs were basically stopping mammals from evolving, which I mean, sort of. Like, dinosaurs would have been taking up niches that would have allowed mammals to grow into larger sizes, but like mammals were doing just fine as their own thing, right? Like, it's like saying that rats aren't doing very well because they're small and little, you know what I mean? Um, a theory once that said that Pachycephalosaurus was evolved from Dryosaurus. That's not correct at all. Dryosaurus is more closely related to Iguanodon, while Pachycephalosaurus is a marginocephalian, more closely related to things like Triceratops. So things like more basal ones, like I think I want to say Yinlong. I want to say Yinlong. Yeah, super basal marginocephalians like Yinlong would have been more likely to evolve into things like Pachycephalosaurus and Triceratops than things like Dryosaurus. But yeah, mammals were doing just fine throughout the entire age of the dinosaurs. It's just that, you know, they were small. They were small and like specialized to their own little niche. They just like they didn't really have the ability to grow big because all those niches were already filled by dinosaurs. And once all the dinosaurs were gone and those niches were left open, then mammals were like, "Fuck yeah, let's go." I mean, hell, we even see this with dinosaurs sometimes. Like, as soon as the niche is left open, then dinosaurs will absolutely take advantage of it. Like, look at North America. As soon as, like, all the Carcharodontosaurs were gone with, like, Acrocanthosaurus going extinct, then the Tyrannosaurs were just like, fuck yeah, let's get huge, bro! And then they either got really huge, or the other guys in Asia that were already huge moved on over and took over even the North American Tyrannosaurs. We're still not sure. I think that the main consensus supports the Tarbosaurus land bridge theory.
While dinosaurs did pose a significant threat to
Big.
mammals, mammals also posed a major threat to dinosaurs.
They ate the
Just
eggs.
as in today's food chain, larger mammalian carnivores feasted on smaller dino meat.
There is actually fossil evidence of this happening now. There's basically like a new fighting dinosaurs fossil, except it's with a mammal and a dinosaur. I don't remember the exact two species involved. Was it a Psittacosaurus? I don't remember actually. But yeah, Repanomamus. I have to be careful typing R, because oh, there we go. Yeah, it was a Psittacosaurus. So yeah, there is a fossil of these guys locked in fucking combat, and it is so radical. It's basically the same thing as like the Velociraptor Protoceratops fight. Named the only known ceratopsids that did not live in North America. Is that not just Sinoceratops? Yeah, considering there were plenty of small dinosaurs, um, the mammals that could prey on those small dinosaurs would absolutely have been a threat to them.
$11.
The Flintstones is Dino Truth. Is this not just the same as like humans lived alongside dinosaurs? Also, Dino Truth. Can you even name what species Dino is supposed to be?
The first dinosaur to appear in the Flintstones opening sequence was long identified as a brontosaurus, but this is a dinosaur myth. That's why it's on the list. There was never a dinosaur like the brontosaurus. Paleontologists incorrectly put the head of a Camarasaurus on the bottom.
Okay. But it's fucking. I apologize. I'm very sweaty. So we've already done the Brontosaurus thing earlier in this video. We've already mentioned that, you know, Brontosaurus existed by the time this video was made. Even though this was 9 years ago, Brontosaurus was a valid genus. So he is correct in that, like, hey, for a while Brontosaurus was an invalid genus, but now it is again. Fuck, dude.
Body of an Apatosaurus.
10,
Also, why would you equate that to the Flintstones? Just say that, like, Brontosaurus wasn't real. You know? The Flintstones had so little to do with that. Just say that fucking Brontosaurus wasn't real, which still wouldn't be accurate, but, like, at least I wouldn't be confused. Oh my god, the too big to walk shit. Oh, at least he's saying it's a myth. Jesus Christ.
Massive sauropods, which did exist, in contrast to the fake Brontosaurus from number 11,
Again, Brontosaurus is real.
included the Apatosaurus and Brachiosaurus. Some juvenile assumptions purported that such heavy creatures could not carry their own body weight.
What do you mean juvenile assumptions? Are you saying that, like, they're childish? Because, like, this was something that real paleontologists, real adult paleontologists, mind you, did believe for some time. That's why you see a lot of older depictions of sauropods, like, wading around in swamps. And that is why, in Jurassic Park, when they see the Brachiosaurus, Ellie is just like, this thing doesn't live in a swamp. Because, like, duh. Fucking, oh my god. So why would you call it juvenile? I'm just confused on that.
And had to maneuver in shallow water.
Also, yeah, we got Bronchiosaurus, which is, like, one I hear a lot, so I honestly could just kind of go one ear and out the other. So I'm gonna go butcher pronunciation. This really doesn't fit our usual Dino Sludge format.
These early assumptions have been disproven by findings of the sauropod's well-developed muscular bones. For context,
Also, their trackways, that's kind of an important thing. The Bronchitosaurus. Yeah, this doesn't really follow our usual bingo sludge format, but boy, oh boy, are we getting a lot of content out of it.
the highest assumption for a Brachiosaurus weight is equal to over 8 full-grown African elephants.
9,
Well, you just established that dinosaurs and mammals were living together. Hell, if anything, I would say that this one has been supplanted by, like, birds and dinosaurs lived in different times. That's what I would argue, right? Like, I have seen so many people who are just like, oh, birds and dinosaurs living in the same place at the same time. Don't you know that the dinosaurs evolved into birds? When they don't really realize that, like, the dinosaurs had already been evolving into birds since, like, the middle Jurassic, and that birds and dinosaurs were contemporary, like, until the non-avian dinosaurs died out. So, honestly, that's what I would put on this list instead.
Both mammals and dinosaurs came onto the scene
Hey, look,
during
there's the
the
guy.
late Triassic period starting about 237 million years ago. And contrary to some thoughts, mammals did not eat dinosaur eggs en masse to threaten their extinction.
8,
Again, that is a super old theory. That, like, this guy has found the fucking book that I was talking about, the one that was made in, like, the 1960s or 70s or something. I promise I'm not putting ads in on my own. YouTube is doing that automatically. Like, yeah, again, like, on top of, like, sauropods being so big and stupid that they just walked into mud, and like illness killing off dinosaurs. It's like, oh, mammals just ate all the dinosaur eggs and that's why they died out. Uh, Fuck, dude. Maybe you didn't say that, like, oh, the asteroid didn't wipe them out. Then people wouldn't be saying that fucking mammals ate all their eggs. Stinky. I feel like we're covering such old stuff. Like, again, I feel like we got past the whole dinosaurs were slow thing after Jurassic Park. When you've got, like, the T-Rex chasing the Jeep at 30 miles an hour, and the Velociraptors being described as moving at cheetah speed.
A common dinosaur myth is that the creatures were slow moving and dragged their tails on the ground. In fact,
Okay. Again, this basically died with Jurassic Park. To the bit's credit, it is very old. So is Jurassic Park. This video came out in 2015. Jurassic Park came out in 1993. I mentioned this at the beginning of one of the last Sly streams, right? I was at the Field Museum recently. Represent. And they had a Daspletosaurus mount there. And there was a little placard there that said that the Daspletosaurus mount that they had was in the upright tail-dragging posture until 1994. 1994. When you like think of a dinosaur now, when you think of like a T-Rex, right? Or any kind of theropod like that, you probably imagine it in like the horizontal posture with the tail sticking out and all that good shit. That was not a common thing until after Jurassic Park, even for a scientific institution like the Field Museum in Chicago. It wasn't that common. But now it is ubiquitous with dinosaurs. Because, like, you know, that is the image that people think of when they think of dinosaurs now. You know what I mean?
most dinosaurs were athletic animals and even quite nimble.
7,
Okay, this is one I see all the fucking time. Fair the fuck enough. I still see this one. Fair the fuck enough. I see this one all the fucking time. It's just because of the name fossil fuels. Yeah, fossil fuels are made of plankton, mostly. At least oil is. Right? Like crude oil. Crude oil is made of things like plankton. Coal and like peat and stuff, like coal is made of like it is made of peat, I think, and also just like old wood, more or less. Generally from the Carboniferous period. And then there's natural gas, which I actually don't know what it's made of. I don't know if it's just like gas that comes out of otherwise existing fossil fuels. I don't know. I don't know anything about natural gas. Yeah, coal is Carboniferous plants and peat and shit. So people aren't like grinding up dinosaur bones and turning them into oil or anything like that. It's just because of the name fossil fuel. That they think, because like, you know, when people think of fossils, they're mostly just thinking of dinosaur bones, which like, you know, is an understandable enough association, but you gotta understand that like, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that's fossilized. There's fossilized plants and all that kind of shit. And yes, there is fossilized plankton.
Here's another dinosaur misconception. Some people think when a dinosaur died naturally, or in a landslide or other natural disaster, it was covered in sediment and turned to oil over many millions of years. The fact is that dino flesh would have rapidly decayed or been scavenged way before it could have been converted.
6,
Oh god, he didn't explain what oil actually is or why it's even called fossil fuel. I get that he's got like, you know, only so much fucking time to explain each of these, but like shit, dog. You would have gone a long way in explaining like why it's called fossil fuels and why it's not dinosaur bones if you just like actually did that.
Arizona Casio donated $5. Want to know a secret? I was the one to get Cyber Wizard talking about Detroit during the alcohol incident.
The alcohol incident. We're never letting Cyber Wizard drink again, by the way. Thank you for the $5. Yeah, this might have just been made for boomers, dude. Okay, so he's gonna talk about
Well,
birds.
not exactly. Whereas all the T-Rexes and sauropods have long been buried, one of 8 major dinosaur groups, theropods, survived the Cretaceous-Paleogene extinction event, and one of over 40 subgroups of theropods evolved into many birds we know today.
5,
Again, I feel like we established this way back in the dinosaurs were scaly one by saying that like some of the dinosaurs were actually quite small. But like even then, I feel like this one doesn't really apply anymore. Again, partly because of Jurassic Park. Like, the Velociraptors, as oversized as they were in that movie, were not very large compared to, like, you know, the T-Rexes and the Brachiosauruses and the Stegosauruses and all that kind of shit that most people think of when they think of dinosaurs. And even then, like, hey, The Lost World may not be a good movie, and it may not stick in the public consciousness as much as the original Jurassic Park did, but it did still have the comp song with this. And hell, I feel like fucking Saltopus was a name that got thrown around a lot in the 90s. Like, I remember hearing about Saltopus all the time. I think that's a dinosauromorph now, and not an actual dinosaur, but like, Saltopus was a very popular name. It's like, a little guy. It was just like one of the little dudes.
Though the dinosaurs which make it onto the silver screen and capture our attention are generally the larger, terrifying beasts, plenty of dinosaurs were quite small. Some of the smallest dinosaurs...
Oh look who it is! Son of a fucking bitch! It's Epidepiterix, Epidexterix, Epexterix, Expooby Badooby. That's him. That's Finger Boy. Lenny. Lenny the Finger Boy. Appendix. Appendix, not what I'm called.
Paleontologists have identified weighed only a half pound or 200 grams. One such example, Epidecipteryx, weighed about...
Okay, he fucking... I can't bully him for that one because I've been having trouble. I have been having trouble with that fucker's name this entire time. Fuck! Epidexiterix.
about 5.8 ounces or 164 grams and was about the size of an adult human foot.
4,
An adult human foot. Americans will use anything but the metric system. Will he mention Spinosaurus? Because this was in 2015. When did we get the swimmy tail?
Many people think dinosaurs which roamed the lands were
Oh, please don't. No.
too big and cumbersome to be good swimmers, but an international team of researchers have found evidence in China of nimble two-legged dinosaurs swimming in rivers.
3,
Why did you show an image of a plesiosaur then? Okay, I think I know what he's talking about because there are like dinosaur trackways that show them like kind of dragging their feet as though they're swimming through the water. There is also I think I don't know how recently discovered this was, an ankylosaur that is believed to be a swimmer and also potentially a fish eater. I think it's like, is that what it was? There it is. What a little freak. What a goober. What a creature. Oh, Hulskaraptor. That's another good swimmy boy. Definitely wasn't semi-aquatic, definitely just drowned. Okay, well, for a while it was believed to be semi-aquatic, so I thought maybe he would be talking about that. Yeah, that was discovered in 2001. So, like, he easily could have talked about that just based on when it was thought to be semi-aquatic. Um, I would love if this was true, though. Just like an Ankylosaur deciding, fuck it, I'm beating a turtle. Hulscaraptor. Oh. Hulscaraptor. What a critter. What a little creature. Dino Duck. Hulscaraptor 2017, so 2 years after this, so fair the fuck enough. It was a juvenile Launingosaurus that fossilized and was thought to be aquatic. Okay. Okay, so we got we got to do the T-Rex arms thing. Again, we don't know. We don't know about T-Rex's arms. Maybe they were used to grip onto prey during hunting. Maybe they were used during mating. Maybe they were used for something we don't know.
Looking at the size of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it seems like a creature which only focused on squats at the gym and always forgot arm day, right? This is another dinosaur myth. Though their arms weren't as terrifying as their massive jaws,
They were really
each
strong.
T-Rex arm could have handled objects and animals up to a few hundred pounds with ease.
2,
Jurassic Park dinosaurs are from the Jurassic period. Okay, like two of them are. Two of them are, unless you count the Lost World. Then 3? No, 4. Compsognathus is also Jurassic. In the original Jurassic Park, it's just 2. It's Brachiosaurus and Dilophosaurus. Commonly accepted hypothesis is that they were used in close range. I could buy that. It's just like, I'm not sure how practical it is, but like, fuck it. What do I know? I'm not a T-Rex, right? Yeah, the novel had Pro-Compsognathus, which is Triassic, and I'm not sure if it's especially closely related to Compsognathus. But yeah. In the original Jurassic Park, it's just Brachiosaurus and Dilophosaurus. Brachiosaurus is late Jurassic. Dilophosaurus is early Jurassic. And then in the Lost World, you have Compsognathus, who I think is early Jurassic. Maybe it's late Jurassic. I actually don't know. I don't know enough about Compsognathus. And there's Stegosaurus, who is late Jurassic. And what else is in the Lost World? Oh, Mamenchisaurus, Middle Jurassic. To be fair, I literally always forget that Mamenchisaurus is even a fucking dinosaur in the Jurassic Park franchise, because give me a fucking break. Give me a fucking break. Oh, Ceratosaurus in Jurassic Park 3. Yeah, also late Jurassic. Mamenchisaurus is the glup shitto of the Jurassic Park franchise, right? It shows up in one scene from a very low angle. You never even really see its head or its face, and in almost always, it is basically indistinguishable from Brachiosaurus. Mamenchisaurus is the glup shitto of Jurassic Park. Even the fucking frontier design in Jurassic World Evolution, it's not the same as the movie design, and people are like so grumpy about that. Like, how can you possibly care?
Guy with a pie donated $10. Hey anchovies. It's the Superfish Stick on a Stick Super Show. Super Mario theme plays.
On the fish stick. Yeah, arms from side to side. Come on, it's time to go do the fish stick. Jurassic Park Mamenchi isn't actually Mamenchi. It was based on Seismosaurus remains, which, as we all know, is actually Diplodocus, just like Velociraptor's Deinonychus. Good, cool, excellent.
Jurassic Park is, without question, one of the most popular dinosaur films ever made.
The most.
But even its name is wrong. The popular dinos from the film
I mean, it's not wrong. Again, like, the first dinosaur they see is indeed from the Jurassic. Hell, even the first one of the tour is from the Jurassic.
including the T-Rex, Triceratops, and Velociraptor, didn't even live in the Jurassic period, which was 201.3 million to 145 million years ago. They were all terrors of the Cretaceous period, immediately following the Jurassic period.
1.
That literally is what it means, though. I mean, it is a translation. You could also say it means terrible reptile, but that's basically what it means. I mean, I'm assuming he's going to say that, like, oh, dinosaurs aren't actually lizards, but that is what the name means. That is a literal translation of the name. So, you're incorrect.
First off, dinosaurs aren't lizards. They're
Yeah,
reptiles.
we know that.
Secondly, the Greek word dinos, which paleontologist Richard Owen used in naming dinosaurs in 1842, means fearfully great. Simplifications over time have reduced it to terrible. Enjoying our lists? Be sure to click that.
Okay, so he's just being kind of pedantic about it. Which is... I don't know, man. We could have come up with something better than that. Oy vey, that was... Guys, how are we feeling about that? Have we learned some things? Have we learned what not to believe about dinosaurs anymore? Yeah, I love this Dinosuchus art. It's so good. Learned nothing I didn't already know. Sick, dog. Hell yeah. This video is intended for children and normies, not paleo-autists. Hey, the Venn diagram of children and paleo-autists is a circle. Oh boy. Does they not know it's possible to clone dinosaurs by reverse engineering a bird's DNA? He said as if that were so simple. Simple, sis. Yeah, not the worst thing ever. I think being written by an actual person probably helped with that, and being made before the advent of AI. But like, a lot of it was super obvious stuff that was debunked ever since Jurassic Park came out, or even before then. And some of it is just like, well, some of it's just wrong. Some of it was wrong by the time the video came out. Some of it was wrong at least a bit after. So, we could have done worse, but you know, we've got 3 more videos to go through. We didn't even really come close to bingo, but again, I feel like this was very, very different from our normal Dino Sludge format, which, fair enough, right? So, let's move on to something more recent. Oh, this one's from 7 years ago, actually. Maybe we go in, like, chronological order of when they were updated. Alright. Let's go. Insane-looking dinosaurs. I mean, number 10 is going to be Carnotaurus because we've been spoiled on that. But I am interested in seeing what insane-looking dinosaurs there are. I hope one of them's T-Rex.
Welcome to Mega Top 10s. In this video, we will explore 10 very strange-looking dinosaurs.
I expected him to have more of an awesome bro voice. I'm going to be totally real. With the title, like, insane-looking dinosaurs, I expected to be more awesome bro, but he's just like... It's quite reserved.
So let's begin. Number 10. Carnotaurus.
Just jump right into it.
This devilish dino had 2 thick horns above its eyes, a feature unseen in all other carnivorous dinosaurs.
Sort of. Carnotaurus's structures are definitely unique among theropods, but there are definitely plenty of dinosaurs that have crests over their eyes. There's like, yeah, Ceratosaurus is an example. You have Allosaurus. In fact, one moment, please. Ta-da! Look at that. Little pointy bits right over its eyes. Crazy, right? So, yeah, that's... I'm not going to discount you, right? Because, you know, the structures over Carnotaurus's eyes are indeed very unique, and especially among abelisaurs, where mostly in regards to things like Majungasaurus or Rajasaurus, you kind of just have like one little horn, right in the middle of the head, like not really big enough to be even considered like a unicorn horn or anything like that. It's just like a little bump. But yeah, a feature unseen in all other carnivorous dinosaurs is really not correct at all.
Carnotaurus was a lightly built bipedal predator measuring 9 meters in length and weighing up to 1.35 metric tons.
The length is obviously speculative. Most of Carnotaurus's tail is missing. Carnotaurus has a very largely complete skeleton, but things like its lower legs and its most of its tail would be reconstructed through other close relatives like Majungasaurus. Yes, shiny Carno. I'm so used to seeing Carnotaurus red that seeing a blue one is just like, ooh.
The distinctive horns and muscular neck may have been used in fighting. Rivaling in
A lot of debate has been done on, you know, the function of Carnotaurus's horns. The most obvious one is that it's like, hey, it's a sexual display structure. The sort of the common paleontology back and forth of these were probably too fragile to be used in fighting. Also, we have another reddish, more orange, really Carnotaurus here, proving my point. I don't think these would have been used for like straight up headbutting like you see in Pachycephalosaurs. I could definitely see them being used to like intimidate other like rival Carnotaurus. I don't really see them being used for like headbutting though. Yeah, like horn shoving.
individuals may have combated each other with quick head blows,
Doubt
by
that.
slow pushes with the upper sides of their skulls, or by ramming each other head on. The feeding habits of Carnotaurus remain unclear. Scientists still argue whether it hunted large sauropods or smaller animals.
I feel like that's kind of the case with Abelisaurs in general, if I'm being perfectly honest. I'm not really sure if we have like a case of niche partitioning for them, like we do with, I want to say, things like Allosaurs and Carcharodontosaurs. Like we generally find Allosaurs and Carcharodontosaurs in association with things like large sauropods, and when the sauropods go away, that's when they go away. But like when it comes to Abelisaurus, I'm really not sure what the case is there. Especially adapted to hunt small prey. That's why it has the quick but weak jaw. Interesting. I wonder if like the short face like helps with that. Like helps with hunting small prey. I feel like it would honestly be a bit of a hindrance if you ask me. No, there's no melanosomes found in Carnotaurus fossils as far as I'm aware. Like red is just a super popular color for it. It's just kind of one of those paleo memes. Like we've got Allosaurus here. Allosaurus having like red crests over the eyes is another one of those paleo memes. Walking with Dinosaurs did it. Jurassic Fight Club did it. Hell, I think when dinosaurs roamed America was one of the only ones that didn't do it, because like it was just like, oh, our Allosaurus is all gray. When Dinosaurs Roamed America is pretty good. Honestly, their depiction of Allosaurus is not my favorite.
Number 9. Dilophosaurus.
Speaking of what dinosaurs roamed America,
Dilophosaurus gets its name from the 2 crests of bone on the top of its head.
we got the frill. Also, this just looks so weird. Oh yeah, the Jurassic World Allosaurus is bluish gray with the red crests. Yeah, he looks oily. He looks greasy. He's a greasy boy. Like, his face just looks so weird.
Which was probably used for courtship.
That is
Dilophosaurus
true.
was a fast dino that measured around 7 meters long and may have weighed up to 500 kilograms. The neck frills and venom were made up for the movie Jurassic Park.
The neck frill specifically was made up for Jurassic Park, because they just wanted something that was like visually distinctive and like popped a lot. The poison was made up for the novel, actually. And yeah, this image is fucking weird. It's like if fucking T-Rex had a hybrid with Dilophosaurus, which would be kind of useless. Like, oh man, you know what would make T-Rex more dangerous? If it could spit venom. But yeah, the venom was made up for the novel. Like, that was basically the thing that Michael Crichton was trying to do there, is like, hey, there's some things that can't fossilize. So we can't possibly know this about the dinosaur when we're bringing it back. So when we bring back Dilophosaurus, it turns out, oh hey, it spits venom like a fucking cobra. That's horrifying. How else will it fight the Gigasloposaurus? By slapping it on its giant beluga whale forehead. Jurassic World, the game, has a hybrid exactly like this. Hold on, I think my shitty Jurassic World Pokemon Go game has a hybrid like this too. Give me a second here. Also, yeah, frilled lizards do have bones in their frills. Their frills, rather. So, if Dilophosaurus did have a frill, then, like, you know, assuming that fossil preserved, there would be evidence of it. Yeah, okay, cool. I got some Spinosaurus Gen 2 DNA. Thank you very much. Where are you? Where are you, you son of a bitch? I know you're in here. Yeah, Tyrannolophosaur. Yeah, isn't that cool? The glare is unfortunate. Yeah, it doesn't have the frill, which is maybe for the best. I just like collecting things. Kind of hate that Dilophosaurus is still only known for its Jurassic Park appearance, and its only role in fiction has been venom-spitting cobra in 99% of its portrayals. That's why I love that when dinosaurs roamed America, Dilophosaurus so fucking much. It's so good, and the roar is the best. It looks so cool, it's just this giant badass. Ah. When dinosaurs roamed America, Dilophosaurus is like peak Dilophosaurus. We're never gonna get cooler than that. Anyway, though.
100 kilograms. The neck frills and venom were made up for the movie Jurassic Park. Some scientists believe that Dilophosaurus scavenged.
There we go. Those Paleo overhaul mods for JV2 remodels for all the species are amazing, and the Dilo is one of the best depictions I've ever seen. I have seen those, actually. I have a few of them installed in my big mods list. I'm trying to get my fucking mega ecosystem parked up before I go back to the modded mega park. Yeah, we're going back to the whole weak jaws Dilophosaurus thing, which as far as I'm aware has been largely debunked. As far as, like, this was something I heard all the fucking time. It's like, oh, Dilophosaurus had super weak jaws. This is saying that its teeth were too weak, which is no, that's not right at all. It was because of the jaw strength. Okay, it had a bite comparable to a polar bear. So, yeah, that's wrong.
off carrion because its teeth were too weak to bring down large prey. This is still the cause of debate.
Not anymore.
Dilophosaurus may have been piscivorous due to the presence of swim tracks at some localities.
That would be very difficult to pin to Dilophosaurus specifically, unless it's just like, oh, these tracks are so large that they only could have come from Dilophosaurus in this area. Ichnotaxon, which are things like, footprint fossils or eggshell fossils, those are very difficult to ascribe to a particular species, which is why, they get their own ichnotaxa. And for dinosaur footprints, like theropod footprints specifically, I believe, that is an ichnotaxon called Grelator. Which, Yeah, see, it's just like theropod footprint. You can buy fossils of these. I've seen them for sale. I would totally want to get a dinosaur footprint fossil. Yeah, I think Relator is just like a sort of generic. Yeah, it's like small three-toed footprint made by a variety of bipedal theropod dinosaurs. It's not assigned to any particular species.
Number 8. Longisquama.
All right, we got 9 non-dinosaur and dinosaur list. Longisquama
Longisquama means
is not a dinosaur. Oh, it's not even close. God, what the fuck is it even? I don't know enough about Longisquama, but I don't think anyone does. I don't think anyone knows what kind of animal Longisquama is. I don't think anyone knows what the fuck those things on its back were used for. I know that in the beginning of Disney's Dinosaur, it was like a very common depiction is using those for flight, just kind of flapping around with them. I don't know if that's the case. I don't think it is. A basal ungrouped diaspid. Sick dog. So we don't know. It is a very bizarre little creature. I have no idea what it is. But no, neither does anyone.
long scales,
It's a
and
reptile.
is notable for a number of long structures that grow from its skin. These structures have been interpreted as either primitive feathers suggesting Longisquama is a close relative of birds, or as feather-like structures that have evolved independently.
I have heard about that like these could have been feathers. Which, if it is a basal diaspid, would actually make a lot of sense. Because, like, dinosaurs, as far as I'm aware, are diaspids. And, or is it diapsid? I always get that mixed up. Whatever. And so, like, if this is, like, super basal, and going back to, like, the origins of diapsids, including dinosaurs and pterosaurs and things like that, which also had, you know, their filamentous structures, their feathers, their pycnofibers, which are just feathers, then, yeah, I could definitely see this having similar feather-like structures, assuming that is the case.
Howbolt and Buffet Hull believed that the structures were like paired gliding membranes,
Diapsid, okay.
and put forward that the creature could glide, or at least parachute. Though this is now thought to be inaccurate, versions of this reconstruction are still often seen on the internet.
Or in Disney's Dinosaur. Longisquama flight truthers when you ask them to explain how flying with your spine would work. Listen, have faith.
Number 7. Bonitosaura.
Okay.
This dinosaur gives duckface a new meaning. Bonitosaura certainly did not win any beauty pageants back then.
I don't know if that trick did either.
Bonitosaura
Yeah, this is like a relatively small South American sauropod. So, this is an interesting pick. I'll give you this one. Like, I think Bonitosaura has sort of a... Is it sort of a Nitrosaurus thing going on with its face? Let me double check. Bonitosaura. Do you feel bonita? Yeah, look at, he's got like a swamp. What a freaky little critter. Oh, Jurassic World the game. What awful designs you have. Yeah, there's not many depictions of this guy, honestly, except for the fucking shitty Jurassic World one. But it seems pretty similar to Nigrosaurus, just based on its face. Oh, because it seems to be fairly poorly known, except for its face. Oh no, it's decently complete for a sauropod.
Measured 9 meters in length and had a skull similar to another group of sauropods, the diplodocids. The lower jaw had a distinctive, sharp ridge immediately behind a reduced set of teeth. This ridge supported a sharp, beak-like keratin sheath, which worked much like a guillotine to crop vegetation raked into the mouth by the peg-like front teeth. It had a short, very muscular neck, indicating that it was used in vigorous exertions, probably during feeding. Number 6. Changyuraptor. In July 2014, a team of...
Okay, we got a couple of obscure taxa here. You know, we got the Changyuraptor.
Paleontologists announced the identification of a new Microraptoria.
Microraptoria.
A four-winged predatory dinosaur, was discovered in northeastern China. It lived around 125 million years ago in the Cretaceous period. Analysis of the fossil revealed that the specimen was approximately 1.2 meters long. This makes Changyuraptor the largest four-winged Microraptorian known.
That's still not very big, unfortunately. Yeah, that's like 3 feet and change. Not exactly an enormous animal for being like, you know, the largest Microraptorian. However, it is still the largest Microraptorian, and I'm counting that. I think people from Niger are Nigerians, and people from Nigeria are Nigerians. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Oh, Niger residents are Nigerian with an E. Okay, okay.
Its tail feathers were around 30 centimeters long, making them the longest of any feathered dinosaur.
I don't know if that's
Number
true.
5. Cryolophosaurus. Cryolophosaurus was about 7 meters long, making it one of the largest...
Look at all the spit he's got in his mouth. He's spitting. Also, he's got the flexing tongue thing. On the topic of dinosaur tongues, it's very unlikely they would have been able to flex like this, just because like the bone that supports the tongue in dinosaurs is much more similar to it than to crocodiles than it is to things like birds. So their tongue probably would have been like stiff in their mouth and not like flexible.
Theropods of its time.
Which is true.
Cryolophosaurus had a distinctive crest on its head that spanned the head from side to side, similar to a Spanish cone.
This is true. Me and Lance in chat up here, we saw the holotype of Cryolophosaurus at the Field Museum, and it was very cool.
It is thought that this bizarre crest was used for intraspecies recognition. Cranial display features such as this make sense in social gregarious animals, where other members of the species are available to observe and interpret messages of sexual status. Unfortunately, the brain of Cryolophosaurus was also more primitive than that of other theropods.
Well, yeah, it's from the early Jurassic. Like, the fact that it's as big and awesome as it is basically a miracle for early Jurassic theropods. I just think it's funny that, like, the entire Dinosaur Revolution fucking Cryolophosaurus plotline is just like, oh, the male gets cucked, and then he gets his crest ripped off, and it's just like, oh, well, that's just depressing. Thanks for that one, I guess.
Number 4.
Non-dinosaur once again, Tanystropheus.
Tanystropheus. Tanystropheus was a 6 meter or 20 foot long reptile that dated from the Middle Triassic period. The most recognizable feature of Tanystropheus is its
Also, hold up. Did he just call it a dinosaur? No, he did call it a reptile.
hyper-elongate neck, equivalent to the combined length of the body and tail. The neck was composed of 12 to 13 cervical vertebrae.
Yeah, Tanystropheus was fucking weird. Yeah, we've already got, like, you know, non-dinosaur and dinosaur lists, so... It's a very long boy. People are still, like, I think kind of mixed on what Tanystropheus was even doing. Like, was it standing on the shoreline and kind of fishing with its giant neck? Was it, like, kind of wading in the water, kind of like what you see in sea monsters?
The pectoral and pelvic girdles are noticeably distinct. The forelimbs are smaller and more slender than the hind limbs, suggesting that the center of mass was closer towards the pelvic girdle. Tanystropheus is considered to have been piscivorous due to the presence of a long, narrow snout with sharp teeth.
Yeah, like, we can pretty much just assume that Tanystropheus is, like... We know it has something to do with water, because, you know, it's found around, aquatic areas. And also because, like, yeah, it's got, like, the fish-eating teeth. But, to what degree is it semi-aquatic? I think we're still not sure. It could be that it's kind of just being, like, a sort of progenitor, not evolutionarily speaking, but, like, you know, in terms of its ecology of things like, plesiosaurs, where it's just kind of scooting around under the water and using its long neck to catch fish. Or it could be that it's, like, on the shore as seen in this image, and just, like, kind of peering down, almost like a heron. Imagine a lizard, but it's a heron. That's Tanystropheus.
Number 3, Styracosaurus.
Okay, like, this is 7 years ago, so fuck it. Like, I know that more weird-looking ceratopsians have been discovered since then, but, like, I still feel like you could have come up with a more insane-looking one than Styracosaurus. I love Styracosaurus. It's one of my favorite ceratopsians, but you could pick weirder ones. Also, yeah, Tanystropheus for JW3, I could totally see that. 100%.
Styracosaurus, meaning spiked lizard,
That's a
was
good
a
picture,
dino
though.
from the Cretaceous period that lived around 75 million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
It had 4 to 6 long horns extending from its neck frill, a smaller horn on each of its cheeks, and a single horn on its nose, which may have been up to 60 centimeters long. And
like, Styracosaurus is definitely very interesting, though, especially when you got the fucking, the knowledge that, like, each Styracosaurus's, horn ornamentation would have been, like, unique and even potentially asymmetrical among each animal. Yeah, look at the squad rolling up. They're about to drop the sickest album cover of the late Cretaceous period. Do plants take shits? I don't know. I don't know. Langobardosaurus. Every copy of Styracosaurus is personalized. Oh my... What a creature. Oh my goodness, look at him go. Look at those legs. Look at those legs. Oh my goodness, what a little goober. I love him so much. Ah. I like this one of him running on water. What a lad. I don't know if he's quite as good as I'll fly with my back legs, but that's still really good.
15 centimeters wide. The function of the horns has been debated for many years. Styracosaurus was a relatively large dinosaur, reaching lengths of 6 meters and weighing up to 3 tons.
It depends on what scale you're grading on there. Like, relatively large compared to things like a lot of small shit like Dryosaurus and the small theropods. Like, yeah, sure. large in comparison to things like even other ceratopsians, or just like, you know, the sauropods. I'd call Styracosaurus like an average-sized dinosaur. That's just me, though.
Like other ceratopsians, this dinosaur may have been a herd animal.
Okay, like other ceratopsians is a bit contentious. Like I mentioned earlier, there is evidence that Pachyrhinosaurus may have traveled in herds because of the evidence of large bone beds in places like Alaska and I think Dinosaur Park and shit like that. Large bone beds filled with shitloads of Pachyrhinosaurus suggest that these animals were traveling in groups together. However, Triceratops, based on its fossil evidence, is largely believed to have been a mostly solitary animal. So, it's possible that this might have traveled in herds, but like you really would have to look at the fossil evidence in order to say for certain. Also, yeah, this image does show this Styracosaurus eating flesh. We've talked about this before. Obligate herbivory is basically a myth. This Styracosaurus, like, I actually really like this depiction of Styracosaurus, not just like in terms of the coloration and like the quills, but in terms of it being like shown doing a unique behavior in terms of like an herbivore eating meat in order to get some extra nutrients. I think this is really cool.
Traveling in large groups, as suggested by bone beds. Number 2, Spinosaurus.
Okay, this is 7 years ago. Swimmy Tail was in 2020, so we're not getting the Swimmy Tail on this one.
Spinosaurus was among the largest of all known carnivorous dinosaurs,
In terms of
best
length.
known for the sail on its back. This 21-ton predator spent most of its days in
Yeah, so we're still getting like new Spino, but pre-Swimmy Tail Spino. So like this one particular era of it when we had like knuckle walking Spino. It was a weird time to be a Spinosaurus fan.
and around rivers.
21 tons? Hold the fuck up. It's 42,000 pounds. Wild size overestimate. All right then. Oh, Gina got a bingo. How did you get 5? Did you get butcher pronunciation for the diplodocids, or did I miss one? Actually, there was Jurassic Park footage there because I had like the Jurassic Park image. Did we get overhyping an animal? I don't know if we did. Oh, you cut the one from the first video? Got it. Okay. Okay, this is just insane looking, so like I'm fine with Longus Quama and Tenistropheus being on here. It's like they're weird looking, but they're harmless. I'm fine with that. He's been surprisingly good about using related animals and like just, you know, the animal in question. Hell, even for Bonitosaur, who doesn't have that many depictions, the video is like not all that bad. It's presenting the highly outdated facts, like the longest Quama flying thing, as like actually being, you know, flying as being outdated, basically. So honestly, this isn't that bad, comparatively speaking.
Catching fish between its massive crocodile-like jaws and surfacing like an alligator to grab smaller land-bound dinosaurs.
Okay, I don't know if Spinosaurus would have been... Okay, well, we do have Suchomimus here. Another relatively famous picture. I don't know if Spinosaurus would have been like kind of doing the crocodile thing of like waiting by the shore for dinosaurs to come take a drink so it could like come and grab them. That would be interesting. But I don't know if there is any evidence of that sort of thing. But I think that because he's been so good on this up until this point, and because this is just like there's a lot of material for Spinosaurus, we can use unrelated animal here. Like, come on, you could have done better than this.
Spinosaurus may have even battled the massive ancient crocodile Sarcosuchus.
No, it would not have, by the way. Sarcosuchus lived, like, I think it is accurate to show Sarcosuchus being contemporary with Suchomimus and Tyrannosaurus in the background here, but it would not have been contemporary with Spinosaurus. Suchomimus predated Spinosaurus by quite a lot. And so did our good friend the Super Crack here. So yeah, again, this fight between Suchomimus and Sarcosuchus, sure, go ahead and show that one. Not Spinosaurus. Spinosaurus had its own shit to worry about with Carcharodontosaurus.
AKA the Super Croc from time to time. Imagine how epic that fight would have looked.
The Super Crack. Spinosaurus
was likely to have been an opportunistic predator, the Cretaceous equivalent of a grizzly bear.
Fair comparison.
Number 1, Therizinosaurus. The most distinctive feature of Therizinosaurus was...
Okay, now this is an album cover. This is like an album cover or like a comic book cover. Like, look at this. He's just showing off.
The presence of gigantic claws on their front limbs. It is estimated Therizinosaurus was 10 meters in length and 5 tons in weight. They are the largest therizinosaurs known and the largest known maniraptorans. The claws.
All of this is true, if I'm not mistaken. It's always nice, right? When, like, the thing that names the entire group is, like, the largest and most impressive of that group. You got that with, like, you know, Tyrannosaurus, Therizinosaurs. You don't really get Stegosaurus. Stegosaurus, that one's the biggest. And then you have Plesiosaurs. And Plesiosaurus is just, like... It's arguably the lamest of the Plesiosaurs. It's okay. It's like 13 feet long-ish. Dacenturus is the biggest? Is it? Maybe it's because I, like, always think back to the fact that it's, like, probably synonymous with Miragaia, that I'm like, oh, it's like Miragaia size, which, like, isn't as big. Yeah, and then there's Ichthyosaurs. Ichthyosaurus is like, it's fine. It alright. I mean, like, even Hadrosaurus is, like, still pretty big.
Are the longest known from any animal at 1 meter in length. They are relatively straight, only gradually tapering into a point, and extremely narrow. The feeding habits of Therizinosaurus are unknown, since no skull material has ever been found that could show their diet.
Okay, but skull material of close relatives, such as Erlikosaurus, have been found, which show that, like, yeah, this depiction here is pretty much accurate. Like, yeah, these would have been plant eaters, more or less. They were ecologically very similar to giant ground sloths. So they were using their big-ass claws to, like, bring down branches, all that kind of good shit. Oh yeah, the Tylosaurus skull, that was really dope. Like, bring down branches into its mouth. And we also saw a Megatherium skeleton at the Field Museum, and oh my god, they are so much bigger than I thought they would be. Like looking at these animals, like, actually in person, because I've only ever been to my own local natural history museum. So, like, I've seen, like, Albertosaurus, and I think Lambeosaurus and stuff like that. We don't really have a whole lot in terms of our dinosaur selection. Holy shit, like, actually seeing a T-Rex skeleton and, like, fucking the Titanosaur is insane. And, like, even Parasaurolophus is just, like, it's a surprisingly large animal, right? Like, you don't really get a good sense of scale for it until you just look at it, right? Megatherium is so fucking big. It's enormous. It's enormous. Like, I'd really love to see, like, a full-size Edmontosaurus and Nectens, or, like, a Shantungosaurus or something like that, just so I can, like, blow Parasaurolophus out of the water. Like, Triceratops was, I think, the only dinosaur I saw where I'm just like, yeah, that's about how big I expected it would be. Everything else is just like, I didn't know it was gonna be that big.
Thank you for watching Mega Top 10s. We hope you
Hammond knew about the D-Rex. I wanted to show them something that wasn't an illusion. Something that you could see and touch. I wanted to show them a four-armed, 30-foot-tall Distortus Rex that would eat them, that would grab them and spin them around. This movie's gonna be so bad. Yeah, honestly, this is probably the best Sludge video we've watched so far. We could definitely do worse than this. I don't know what the fuck's going on over here, but like we could do worse than this. Okay, yeah, this guy just points it out front and center. Like, yeah, probably one of the biggest problems with the video, honestly, is just like the Spinosaurus fights Suchomimus. Ooh. First time it made me cry. Not because it looked dangerous. The person who watched Dinosaur King can relate to it. I'm very sorry, I can't relate. Didn't watch it. Spino doesn't look weird. He is just different. Yeah, that's weird. Stinky? Okay. So this one's from 2 years ago, and this one is from 4 years ago. So next up, we have Americano's 15 prehistoric creatures recently discovered. I'm hoping that this one will be bad, because the last one wasn't horrible, right? We could do so much worse. I know we can.
We know quite a bit about early life on our planet, from the dawn of man through to the dinosaurs and beyond.
Alright, cool. That's a 2-for-1 right there. So we got Jurassic Park / world footage used and footage with no commentary / only sound effects. That was really fucking easy.
But with new species being discovered every year, maybe we
I think
don't
that was
know the whole
Velociraptor.
story.
Another one, just for the sake of
So
it.
today, we're going to take a look at some of the lesser-known recent discoveries, from the big furry mammoth to a criminally shy whale. Here are the 15 prehistoric
talk about
creatures
Amara's whale.
recently discovered. Number 15. Woolly mammoth. It's
discovered 1799. Unless he's saying that this animal was recently discovered to still be alive. Also, I love this. I love this so much. This is one of my favorite pieces of art ever. It's just like, can you draw this mammoth when you have no idea what an elephant looks like? Oh, I'll try. Oh, it's wonderful. You've got like a little cross section of the tooth here. Brilliant.
It's kind of nuts to think about, but ancient humans apparently treated the woolly mammoth as we do rats. Yup, at one time, hunters set up what can only be described as mammoth traps to capture these humongous creatures.
Okay, when we trap rats, I need you to understand this. We're trying to kill them to get them out of our fucking house. When cavemen were trapping mammoths, they were eating them. They were eating them and taking their fur for pelts. And using the ivory and their tusks for who the fuck knows what. Probably like anything they could. Oh my god. Yeah, pest traps and game traps aren't really comparable. You could... A better comparison would be things like rabbits. Because there are rabbit traps. Like a snare or something like that, right? That would be a way better comparison. Mammoth meat.
In 2019, 14 mammoth skeletons were found in Mexico, caught in what would appear to be human-built traps that dated back some 15,000 years. According to experts, the human hunters would have chased the mammoths into the traps with torches and branches, like what the angry mob did in the 2001 classic Shrek. There's your
I'm a mammoth! You know, grab your torch and pitchforks! Doesn't that bother you? Ugh. Really? Ugh. Oh. So we're treating them like rats. And also like ogres. Is there anything we're not treating mammoths like? Yeah, I was expecting a Frankenstein reference. I was not expecting mammoths to be compared to Shrek. But now we gotta have that Manny the Mammoth and Shrek crossover. It's only a matter of time before DreamWorks gets bought out by Disney. Oh, he's mistaking Colombian mammoths with woolly mammoths. Oh, that's right. Because Colombian mammoths are around, like, Mexico and San Diego and shit like that. And LA. Yeah, okay. So Colombian mammoths and woolly mammoths are two very different things. Colombian mammoths are largely believed to have been about as hairy as modern-day elephants. And woolly mammoths were, you know, woolly. Woolly mammoths were living in areas like, you know, Siberia, shit like that, like all across like the snowy areas of the northern hemisphere, right? Colombian mammoths were living in areas like, you know, Mexico, San Diego, LA. So it's kind of like, you know, the southern United States and shit like that. A much more warm, temperate climate. It would have been colder back then. Oh, also lived in the last. Okay, so they were all over North America then. I know them from like, you know, La Brea Tar Pit, and we got them in San Diego and shit like that. Like, these are the mammoths that you will be finding in things like the La Brea Tar Pits. Yeah, the Colombian mammoth is just looking over there like, San Diego. Oh, the Colombian mammoth was a southern species. Okay, cool. So I was right. I was right about prehistoric mammals, even though that's not really my area of expertise.
Or Daily Shrek reference, kids. Archaeologists were apparently pretty shocked by the find because it was a
Okay, once again, we like this is what the first video was talking about. Like, no, it wasn't archaeologists; it was paleontologists. That's why that was one of the ones I was just like, yeah, you know what? That is a pervasive myth that I'll be very glad to see die. Paleontologists, because these are extinct animals, not like, I mean, it's kind of relatively related to humans, but fuck it, whatever, man.
a generally held belief that early humans would only kill mammoths if the animals had been trapped or hurt. The traps, of course, suggests otherwise. It was mammoth season. Or duck season. It's hard to tell them apart sometimes. The consensus now is that early humans would organize hunts of mammoths, though the reason for it is currently unknown.
Hungry! They were hungry! They want eat! You know how much meat is on a fucking mammoth? Do you have any idea how much meat there is on a mammoth carcass? Do you have any idea how useful their pelts are? And their ivory from their tusks. Fuck, dude. Like, I can't even imagine how much of a fucking boon a mammoth kill would have been to like a tribe of cavemen. God damn. They would have been eaten so good. They would have been so warm. Shit, dog.
Maybe they were just ahead of their time, and this was their idea of mousetrap. It could happen. Before we go.
Oh my fucking god. I just... Again, like, you are equating this to, like, pest control. They're hungry. They want eat.
Go on, like this video, smash the subscribe button, and click the notification bell right now, or this centipede will crawl on your face when you're sleeping.
I had to get rid of fucking like this video for good luck or something. I had to get rid of that one. If I'd known we were watching this asshole, I would have kept it. Fuck you for this, by the way. Like, this is just one of the shittiest fucking tactics that I see these AI sludge channels use. It's just like, hey, like the video, or else. Or else. I will send this centipede to bite you in the face. And you're gonna die. It's eating a mouse.
It's time for the rare topic, and today's rare topic may be one of the more inexplicable we've ever covered.
Oh,
this
please don't say
creature
this is
is a Diplocalus, a prehistoric creature long believed to be extinct. But
don't say this is a real picture one. This is a model that someone made. It's a very nice looking model. Don't say it's real. Don't say it's real.
is it? According to one local fisherman, the
Yeah, this centipede is going to bite you.
answer is a resounding no. While the fisherman was out on the water one day, he happened to catch one of the strangest creatures he'd ever seen.
No, he
He's
didn't.
not wrong. You can call us crazy, but it damn well looks like a Diplocalus. So, what?
It looks like a Diplocalus because this is a model that someone made of a Diplocalus. You fuck.
Does this mean? Scientists have openly said that it cannot possibly be a Diplocalus,
Because it's a model someone made.
as the creature has long been extinct. But what do you think? Does this
What do
creature still
you
roam
think?
the earth? Remember to comment down below with the hashtag #RareTopic and let us know your opinion in relation to what we just showed on screen. And now, on to the next topic. Number 14. Pygmy right whale.
Okay, that's... I guess that's technically prehistoric, kind of. We've known about pygmy right whales for a while now. Like, yeah, they're just kind of a thing. Pygmy right whales are really, strange little whales. They're not super closely related to, like, as far as I'm aware, any of, the modern existing baleen whales. Welcome to the membership, Smokey M10. Thank you very much. Despite being called pygmy right whales, they're really not super closely related to right whales. And yeah, I'm fucking kicking myself for not having modern day animal. I had to update it before I went to this fucking video. I had to update like it or else and modern animal and prehistoric list. I had to update it. I'm kicking myself right now, dude. Shit. But it's very uncommonly seen, the pygmy right whale. I have actually seen one video of, like, a scuba diver encountering one. I'm pretty sure it was a scuba diver anyway. Yeah, here it is. This is, like, one of the only videos I've ever seen of one just, like, swimming around. Look at it! It's so cute, I love it. They're wonderful little creatures. One of the only videos I've ever seen of this particular whale species. But yeah, they are like relatively primitive as far as whales are concerned. I wouldn't really call them prehistoric. It's like calling a goblin shark prehistoric.
Said it before, and I'll repeat it. The word pygmy almost always means the animal is going to be completely adorable. And that's science, so you kind of know what.
Also, I'm gonna be a pedant. Pygmy right whales aren't closely related to right whales. Unrelated animal used as B-roll. Count the stupid fake creature diversion for something? No, I don't think so. No. Well, listen, we'll get through it. Trust me.
What the pygmy right whale is going to be cute, right? Let's find out. Okay, so it's not a tiny adorable little thing,
Look at his
but
penis.
they are kind of cute. In reality, the pygmy right whale
He's
is
not-
one of the least known whales anywhere in the world.
Like, he's not gonna show any footage of a pygmy right whale because it is so fucking hard to come by. But he's not gonna show a picture of it either. It's just gonna be like right whales and bowhead whales and shit like that.
It's mostly known to scientists because of the many dead specimens that have been examined in post-mortem autopsies, which kind of says it all. This is not an animal that
What do you mean that says it all? That doesn't say much of anything. That's probably why it's, like, mysterious, you know?
likes to openly roam the sea. They're private, quiet creatures that can be
Quiet
seen
creatures.
all over the southern hemisphere, assuming that they're in the mood to be
Oh.
seen.
That's one. I think that's a pygmy right whale. That looks about the right size and color. That's a pygmy right whale. That is actually one of them. Good job.
Which isn't all that often. Pygmy right whales generally grow to around 19 and
That looks like a
feet
regular
long,
right whale.
which is pretty big.
Oh yeah, meaningless AI statement. Like, oh, or yeah, that. Oh, this. They're out in the ocean. That says it all. Fuck off. Stupid.
But not as big as some whales. Of course, none of this is particularly helpful
That seems like a
because
young
the
right whale.
likelihood of you seeing one
Oh.
in the wild is, well, remote, to put it lightly.
Regular
Just
right whale.
draw a picture. That's close enough.
You haven't even shown a single picture. You've shown a couple of videos of stranded specimens being rescued.
13. Hula painted frog.
Oh Christ. How many of this is gonna be like regular ass animals?
Is this not one of the coolest sounding animals you've ever heard of? It's like you hear the name and you're imagining some painted frog doing hula dancing on the beaches of Hawaii. Well, man, do I have some bad news for you. This frog is sadly not a hula dancer whatsoever.
Oh. Are you kidding me? I was envisioning this frog in a grass skirt with a lei, handing out fucking coconut flavored drink. Man, you had me going there, Sludge man. You had me going.
In fact, its name comes from its original location. In the early 1940s, experts discovered 2 adults and 2 tadpoles in a freshwater habitat in Israel's Lake Hula. By
Israel?
1955, however, the draining of Lake Hula had made life incredibly difficult for the species. Only one was sighted during this 8-year drainage, the last confirmed sighting for decades. In 1996, the IUCN declared the frog extinct, the first amphibian to be
So yeah, this is not like a prehistoric creature. This is a contemporary creature that was thought to be extinct and then rediscovered.
named so. It was presumed that when Lake Hula turned into the Hula Valley, the animal could not adapt and died out. That's not what happened. In 2011, the animal was sighted for the first time in decades, proving once and for all that the animal never actually went extinct. If anything, it just went into hiding. Now we just have to hope they don't want revenge.
We have to hope that these frogs don't want revenge like the Palestinians. Or the Iranians, or who has Israel launched missiles at this week? One group that Israel couldn't wipe off the face of the earth.
Number 12. The coelacanth.
Fucking
It's
hell.
a weird situation to be in. A woman rummaging through a waste pile of fish discovers a whole new species, and nobody pays attention to her. Presumably because she was rummaging around in a pile of fish, if I had to guess. That woman was Marjorie Courtenay Latimer, a museum curator who was
Marjorie? Is that not Marjorie? Like Marge? Also, this is not recent. The coelacanth is not really a recent discovery. Unless you count like, oh, it was discovered since the advent of humanity. This is all gonna be recent stuff.
just doing her business in 1938, South Africa. Her job required that she look at the catches caught by local fishermen for anything out of the ordinary. And she did. The creature was a pale, mauve blue, with faint flecks of white spot.
Do you mean navy blue? You can't say Marjorie. You can't say navy. Is he saying mauve? Is that a color? Eh? He's saying it's Navi blue, like it's the color of Avatar.
Hard scales, 4 strange fins, and a bizarre puppy dog-esque tail. After some in-depth research.
Puppy dog tail? Have you seen a coelacanth before, dog? Puppy dog tail? In what? Is it the angle? I gotta... Maybe if I squint my eyes a bit. How I gotta look at this? Yeah, have you seen a coelacanth? More importantly, have you seen a dog before? Oh my goodness. I gotta come back to this guy all the fucking time. Yep, it's a pretty fucked up looking dog.
Strange fins, and a bizarre puppy dog-esque tail. After some in-depth research, Latimer discovered that the animal was a true coelacanth, an incredible find. The coelacanth was believed to be extinct for around 66 million years ago, but Latimer inadvertently discovered that not only had the creature survived, but it had also evolved. Latimer's discovery was a groundbreaking find for all fish enthusiasts.
And imagine if it hadn't evolved over 66 million years in any capacity whatsoever. Like, I know people like to meme about that with things like horseshoe crabs and other living fossils, but like, yeah, no, they do still evolve in some way.
It was heralded as a fossil come back to life, and the 2 living species of coelacanth have their genus named after their finder, Latimeria. Turns out digging through the trash can be quite profitable. Number 11. Palau Cave Eel.
It's gonna be normal
when
stuff.
An animal is described.
We had a woolly mammoth, and then it's just like a bunch of regular... We had a woolly mammoth, a model that someone made of a Diplocaulus, and then it's just like pygmy right whale, this random frog that was rediscovered, the coelacanth that was rediscovered, some eel. Fuck. Okay, hold on. We got some
fossil,
shit coming
you
up.
just know it's going to be something bizarre. These are animals that have somehow avoided evolution in any significant way, retaining their primitive features. The
Probably
Palau
not.
cave eel most definitely fits the bill. In 2009, a Japanese research diver named Jiro Sakao discovered the first specimen
I
in
doubt
a
that's how
cave
that
near
man's
the
name was
Republic
pronounced.
of Palau. The creature became the focus of extensive research,
It is very cute,
including
though.
DNA analysis, which ultimately concluded that the genus and species belonged to a new family of eels. Unlike just about every eel in existence, the Protoangulidae, they obviously named it with voice artist in mind, were found to have fully developed a
You can't say the word fuck. You can't say the name Marjorie. Fuck, I imagine you had a fucking better, easier time pronouncing that name. Give me a break. I don't think that has anything to do with like, oh man, this creature's name is so hard to pronounce. I think you're just a shit voiceover artist.
set of tooth-gilled rakers, or if you don't speak Victorian English, they're bones designed to help retain food. The specimens in
Tooth-gilled rakers. Or if you don't speak Victorian English. In English, please, Einstein? One of these days.
This AI voice is so annoying. Also, hi fish. Much love from the Arlington EMS system.
Hello! Well, welcome from Arlington EMS. I don't even know what that is. But, welcome. And thank you for the $10 dues.
question were widely variable in size, ranging from 1.7 inches to 7 inches. Scientists dated the animal back some 200 million years, which, coupled with the eel's primitive features, led to it being called a living fossil. And that's definitely not an inaccurate name for this animal. Number 10. Thalatorchin. As if that
this
name
guy
is not
again.
hard enough to pronounce, I feel we have to share the full name. The Thalatorchin saurophagus. In
Okay, so Thalatoarchon, I believe, is the name. Um, we already have butchered pronunciation. We can't exactly put non-dinosaur and dinosaur list because this is not a dinosaur list. Salatorchin! Fucking, I bet Megalodon's gonna be on this list though.
In case you're curious, that
Also, that is a pliosaur. We already have unrelated animal, but noted.
roughly translates to lizard-eating sovereign of the sea, which is delightful.
These are the biggest complete Temnodontosaurus fossils ever found.
That's a Temnodontosaurus then. That's David's got it. Come on, man. David knows the difference between ichthyosaurs. I call him David. We're on a first name basis, he and I.
The creature itself, however, less delightful. The Thalatorchin was a prehistoric sea monster that measured at least 28 feet long and existed 244 million years ago.
I was actually on Twitter today and I saw an image of some scientists holding up the skull of a Symbospondylus, which is a very closely related ichthyosaur, to Thalatorchin here. Thalatorchin? Sounds like someone from fucking Minnesota saying it. Oh, I love to go to the museum and look at the Thalatorchin. Oh, that's my favorite. That is my favorite of the ichthyosaurs. It's bleeding into a little bit of a Kermit the Frog there, but anyway. Yeah, this skull replica was absolutely enormous. And then, of course, there were a bunch of people in the comments, because this is like a Facebook post that was being retweeted saying, like, oh, this is fake because no one could hold up a fucking stone that heavy. And it's like, yeah, that's why they said it was a replica. And, oh, no, this is fake because that's actually a dragon. That's a dragon. It's like, some people really are just dumb as a sack of fucking bricks. But yeah, Thalatorchin.
Experts say that this beast was part of a group of reptiles named ichthyosaur, creatures that would roam the oceans throughout the dinosaur era. In 2013, archaeologists in Nevada uncovered a Thalatorchin fossil that was incredibly well preserved for
Paleontologists.
its size. Further study confirmed that this animal was the first ocean predator that evolved to eat prey its own size.
Why? Okay, I've heard that on multiple different fucking AI videos that have talked about this animal. Multiple videos have mentioned that, like, this is the first thing that ate animals of its own size, or that it was evolved to eat things of its own size. I know we've heard that in the past before. And I always think back to that one fucking guy that was just like, Dunkleosteus evolved to eat its own kind and did not get eaten by other Dunkleosteus. Impressive, isn't it? Like, what about Thalatorchin is so fucking special, especially compared to like other Symbospondylene ichthyosaurs, that it's like, oh, this is the one. This is the one that's evolved to eat others of its like own size. Like, that just, why? Why is this one so special? They never elaborate on that, of course, because like they're fucking stupid. Yeah, the Dunkleosteus survivorship bias. That's one of my absolute favorites.
Which is kind of an incredible claim to fame in the dinosaur era. Of course, we should be thankful that this animal is no longer alive to terrorize our oceans. After all, most of us are already too shaken by Jaws to go near the beach. Imagine just how frightening it would be to have this thing swimming around in the deep. Number 9. Allosaurus. Sorry to disappoint.
Okay, Allosaurus was discovered in like the 1800s. Also, yeah, I would say that this is absolutely overhyping animals being more badass than it was. First of its kind to fucking eat things its own size, just fuck off. Allosaurus was not discovered recently. Wait, he's talking about Jim Madsen?
But it's not a Cockney dinosaur. My search is still going on for
Wait, what? What did he say?
Sorry to disappoint, but it's not a Cockney dinosaur. My search...
Cause like, hello? Hello, governor! It's me, hello, Tyrannosaurus! What you doing there, Mr. Volcano? Hello, Tyrannosaurus Alan. Like, is that what he's saying? Hello. Hello, Gov. It's me, Allosaurus.
Is still going on for that one. The Allosaurus jamadsoni is actually a brand new species of carnivorous dinosaur that once.
When was jamadsoni described? For it to be brand new 4 years ago. 2020. Okay, fair enough.
Once wandered free in western North America some hundreds of millions of years ago. To be specific, the Allosaurus existed around 155 million years ago.
Did you kind of just say that? Also, paleo meme I was just talking about earlier, we have an Allosaurus with red crests. We got it. Actually, he's facing this way. There we go. This is actually a Fragilis skull and not a jamadsoni skull. I just prefer the way Fragilis looks. I think it looks cooler. Even if it's like, you know, the name is arguably worse. Like, jamadsoni is just named after, I think, 2 dudes. Or maybe 1 dude. I don't know. Fragilis is just like, it's fragile. Oh, it's so frail. Oh, please don't hit me. You can hit me. I like it.
Making it one of the oldest species of Allosaurus anywhere in the world.
One of the oldest species. Okay. I'm pretty sure all of the species of Allosaurus that we know of were contemporary with each other. So that's kind of a meaningless statement. Especially considering, as Dino just said in chat, Europaeus has recently been absorbed into Fragilis, which means there's even less species of Allosaurus to work with now. But he didn't know that at the time of this video, so that's fair enough, I suppose. Fuck, dude. This is rough.
Allosaurus is one of a group of dinosaurs known as the Allosauroids, which were a group of 2-legged carnivorous dinosaurs that roamed the Earth during the Jurassic and Cretaceous periods. The Allosauroids ranged from small creatures to big ones, but the Allosaurus jamadsoni
They were sometimes big and sometimes small, Baha Waba.
was apparently the most common and top predator in its ecosystem.
No, it was not. Jamadsoni, Allosaurus jamadsoni was absolutely not the top predator. Always have to go through it with fucking Saurophaganax, or Allosaurus anax, or Allosaurus maximus, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. That one was bigger. That one was bigger, assuming that it was indeed a large allosaur. And also, there was Torvosaurus. Everyone always ignores Torvosaurus, which is just, it's just sad. Which allosaurs were small? I guess Concavinator would be relatively small. Also, yeah, Fragilis, I think, was bigger than jamadsoni. I think jamadsoni was, like, among the smaller of, like, you know, the Allosaurus species. So,
With long legs, arms, and an expensive tail, experts say that this
expensive?
animal...
Okay, I'm sure if you, like, you know, were going shopping and an Allosaurus tail was for sale. Yeah. It'd be pretty expensive. Jesus Christ.
was likely one of the most fearsome dinosaurs you could find back in the day. While Jurassic Park may not have featured the Allosaurus, there's little doubt for many paleontologists that this was one of the most formidable predators of the Jurassic era. There were likely very few animals that managed to survive an encounter with them. Number 8.
Very few animals that... Okay, listen. I love Allosaurus, alright? Allosaurus is my boy. Allosaurus is my favorite goddamn dinosaur of all time. There absolutely would have been dinosaurs that survived encounters with them. Okay. Okay. Concavinator was a Carcharodontosaur. That's an Allosauroid. It counts. Does it not? But yeah, Allosaurus got fucked up a lot. Look at Big Al, right? Big Al got fucked up a lot. Look at the Allosaurus that got gored in the penis by a Stegosaurus spine. And also, Allosaurus was contemporary with so many species of massive sauropods who would have been basically indestructible once they reached their full size. Right? Not to mention, hell, I imagine that a fucking like Gargoyleosaurus would have stood a decent chance against one. Right? Because like I don't think that like an Allosaurus would have been really built to tackle something like a fucking Ankylosaur. Its best bet would probably have been to like use its arms or something. Even then, I don't know. So, and not to mention, again, you have bigger carnivores like Torvosaurus. Get enough Ceratosaurs together, I bet that they'd scare off an Allosaurus. Like, for as much as Allosaurus is basically memed as like, you know, the top predator of its age, it really wasn't like the biggest, baddest motherfucker that ever existed. I love it. I love it so much. It wasn't invincible. It wasn't indestructible. I'm very sorry.
Right. Megatherium. It may sound like some kind of chemical element or science fiction movie, but the Megatherium was actually an enormous ground sloth.
Again, Megatherium, not recently discovered. This is an animal that we've known for a very long time. Look up Morse information right now. There's a picture that comes up with the fauna, and there's like 20 giant sauropods. Oh god. There's so many! Look at them all! Oh god, this is a big-ass image. Okay, so we have... Is that Stokesosaurus? It looks like Stokesosaurus, maybe, for number 1. We have Ceratosaurus. We have something really small here. I'm not actually sure what that's supposed to be. This looks like a... That could be Marchosaurus, I think. Number 4. Oh, Solurus. Yeah, that makes sense. We got Torvosaurus here. Number 6 looks like... this is definitely Diplodocid. Diplodocene sauropod. This guy's Allosaurus. This guy is... Oh, Fruitiidens? Fuck, I should just... Okay, number 1 is Solurus. Number 2 is Ceratosaurus. 3 is Fruitiidens. 4 is Marchosaurus. Okay, that's Marchosaurus. Marchosaurus, number 4 here, is like one of the most forgotten theropods of the Morrison Formation. I don't think I've ever seen Marchosaurus portrayed in a paleo documentary, like, ever. Like, everyone forgets Marchosaurus. At least some people remember Torvosaurus. Everyone forgets Marchosaurus. What do we got for 13 there? Which one's that one? Oh, yeah. I don't know how to pronounce that. Right, Supersaurus is still valid. It's, Seismosaurus. That's the one that's not valid anymore. Tyrannosauridae indeterminate, or Tyrannosauroid indeterminate. We got Amphicoelius, that's number 6 here. Oh, this one's Marapunisaurus. Okay, that's why it's so fucking big. Number 9 is Saurophaganax. So that is this boy right here. Do. So many giant fucking sauropods. Yeah, I think this one here is Barosaurus. Barosaurus is just enormous. It is insanely big. There's Stokesosaurus, number 40. Look at that. What a little goober. One of the older North American relatives of T-Rex. This is an old Tyrannosauroid. Is 39 Ornitholestes? Because it's got like the little claw there. No. It is Coparion douglasi. Never heard of it before. God damn. God, there's so many, and so many of them are sauropods. I mean, like, the Morrison Formation existed over a period of like millions of years. It's unlikely that like all of these species of sauropods existed together at the exact same time. I don't think that's quite exactly the case. But yeah, Jesus Christ, there's so fucking many. But no animal would have been able to handle running into an Allosaurus. Like, come on, man.
And during the late 1700s and early 1800s, it was one of the most famous extinct animals in the world. In 1788, Manuel Torres discovered an almost entirely intact skeleton of an animal on the banks of the river Luján in Buenos Aires.
You're bigger and more impressive to chase off a predator.
A year later, it was assembled in Madrid's Cabinet of Natural History, where French anatomist Georges Cuvier determined what, exactly, this animal could be. There, it was named Megatherium americanum, an extinct creature similar to your average sloth. However, Cuvier did not believe in evolution, and
Yo, how many pixels we got on
this
screen
animal
here?
could be. There, it was named Megatherium americanum, an extinct creature similar to your average sloth. However,
How many pixels we got on screen here? Do you think we can count those? Good God. Like, you use another fucking picture,
Cuvier did
or
not
you
believe
use
in
another fucking
evolution,
clip.
and as
Look, right afterwards. Way better.
such, refused to entertain the idea that
I think Megatherium is blurry. It's not the photographer's fault. Megatherium is blurry. And that's extra scary to me. Because there's a large, out-of-focus sloth roaming around the countryside. Everybody run, he's all fuzzy.
the two animals could be related. As far as he was concerned, they just looked vaguely alike. The Megatherium was, at one point in history, the most famous extinct animal in the world. The story caught the imagination of the public in a way that is
Also, you already mentioned that it was the most famous extinct animal, so fuck you. I'm gonna say that you repeat yourself.
commonplace in our modern culture. However, today, very few people have ever heard of this incredible animal. When we get to
Okay, a lot of people have heard of a giant ground sloth. You fucking idiot. Like... Oh, Christ alive. Ugh. Plenty of people have heard of giant ground sloths. Alright? Plenty of people have heard of them. Have you ever heard of this little character named Seda the Sloth?
the eventual Megatherium movie, maybe we'll see that change. But only if it stars Keanu Reeves. Obviously. Number 7. Horned dinosaur. Sure, there were probably many.
Okay, listen. I wake up, there is a new ceratopsian genus, right? Horned dinosaur. Is that the best you got? Really? Also, entire clade of animals is one entry. Fuck, dude. Like, I can't even say that's an entire clade of animals, really. Because, like, do you know how many dinosaurs have fucking... Just... It counts! It counts! Ceratosaurus was a horned dinosaur. Hey, that's what its name literally fucking means.
Many dinosaurs with horns. But how many of them have the horns in their name? Correct, none. Actually, we're just calling
How many of them have the horns in their name? Triceratops, the 3-horned lizard. Pentaceratops, the 5-horned lizard. Sinoceratops, the Chinese horned lizard. Utahceratops, the Utah horned lizard. Diabloceratops, the devil horned lizard. Horned lizard! Ceratosaurus, the horned lizard! Or yeah, the toss means face. Fucking 3-horned face. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, I hate you so much. I hate you more than words can describe. I will beat you to death with my bare hands. I will destroy you. Do you hear me? I will come down onto your house with the burning fury of 1,000 suns. I will destroy you. I will put centipedes on your face when you sleep at night, you motherfucker. Detestable little creature. You worm under my boot. I will destroy you. I will fucking end your existence.
Calling it the horned dinosaur out of convenience. I mean, the dinosaur's real name is Crittenden-Ceratops krisanovsky, but you're not.
What the fuck did you just call me? Hold on, I have to know what he's actually fucking saying here.
Any dinosaurs with horns, but how many of them have the horns in their name? Correct, none. Actually, we're just calling it the horned dinosaur out of convenience. I mean, the dinosaur's real name is Crittenden-Ceratops krisanovsky, but you're nuts if you think I'm going to be pronouncing that the whole time.
You can't pronounce Marjorie. Okay, so this is just, you know, I wake up, there's a new ceratopsian genus. I don't know this particular ceratopsian genus. I'm going to assume it's like similar to Critosaurus, like similar formation. Maybe not actually. I thought it was named after the place it was found in. Crittenden-Ceratops. Oh, from Crittenden County, Arkansas. Okay. Yeah, this looks like basically like a close relative of something like the Pseudoceratops. Centrosaurines. Yeah, I think this is like pretty close to the Pseudoceratops. Yep. The Pseudoceratopsini. Discovered in 2018. Yeah, this is... It's kind of small, actually. It's a little guy. Horned dinosaur, and you pick one with, like... It's only got 2 horns. It doesn't even have the nose horn. How typical of a Centrosaurine, which are known for their nose horns. God, I love paleontology.
In 2018, the fossil of this mysterious dinosaur was discovered inside 73-million-year-old rocks in southern Arizona.
It's not... God, what do you even put in that? Like, oh, it's wrong about all of these dinosaurs having the term horn in their name? What do you put in that? What do you... I know what to put. Thumbnail bait. I know exactly what to put for that. And yeah, I'm saying this is getting worse as it goes on.
After some intense analysis and study, paleontologists concluded that this creature belonged to a group of horned dinosaurs known as centrosaurs. This particular species measured around 11 feet in length and weighed around 3/4 of a ton, which is impressive for a plant eater. They say
No, it's not. That's tiny. Bro, this is a little guy. Look how small it is. You could ride on that, and it would be like, hey, this is kind of uncomfortable. Could you please not? This is a little guy. For a ceratopsian, especially, like, again, Triceratops is about as big as an elephant. Let's look at fucking, where is it at? The Pseudoceratops. Do we have a size comparison for the Pseudoceratops? Yeah, look how big these fuckers are. Look how big Triceratops and fucking Pentaceratops are. Look how big fucking Pachyrhinosaurus is. That's not even despite being huge, it was an herbivore. He's saying it's huge for an herbivore. Even though it's fucking tiny. At least compared to other ceratops. It's like, fuck. Maybe it's big compared to like Zuniceratops. We got Zuniceratops. I know that one's relatively small. Oh yeah, this guy's a fucking baby. Look at this little dork. That's like, what, 2 meters maybe? What a little guy. What a little goober. What a little critter.
Say salads have no calories, but clearly these guys are proving that to be a lie.
This horn is a different color. It's slightly lighter than the other parts of the bone.
The fossil, which was found along the side of a
So
large
many
lake,
Pachyrhinosaurus
suggests
clips.
that the dinosaur was alive and thriving during the late Cretaceous era, and somehow nobody even knew it existed until just a few years ago.
Yeah, that's how paleontology works. People don't know about things until they actually, like, dig them up. Stupid. Any modern habitat where the largest animals around are not herbivores? Probably just in ecosystems where all that there are carnivores, like fucking Antarctica or something. Like, yeah, there is the Arctic itself, where, like, hey, there's caribou and stuff, but polar bears are way bigger than them. And walruses, for that matter. So, yeah, it's very uncommon.
Lesson is clear, dinosaurs are everywhere. You just don't know it. Number 6, giant sea scorpion.
Don't bother mentioning a genus. Like, again, we've already got this. We've already got entire clade. We just need we need scavenging, or he needs to get like 2 species mixed up.
Forget the Meg, Jaws, or any other big underwater
Megalodon mentioned. Got it.
predator movie. Here, we have a real-life predator that you've never even heard of.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Fuck off.
The giant sea scorpion is pretty much exactly what it sounds like, only there's a twist. This scorpion was one of the most notable predators during the early Paleozoic period. At 467 million years old, the giant sea scorpion is the oldest discovered eurypterid in the world.
The giant sea scorpion is the oldest discovered eurypterid in the world. Okay, so eurypterid and sea scorpion are synonymous. You're basically saying that the human being is the oldest known Homo sapien in the world. That's what you're saying. You're so stupid.
Eurypterids are a group of aquatic arthropods. Spiders,
We got
lobsters, and
arthropods!
pigs.
We got arthropods again! Oh my fucking god, it's been so long. It's been so fucking long since we've had arthropods. Ugh, 1,000 suns.
Are just a handful of their modern-day descendants. The Penacopterus, as it's also known, could grow up to 6 feet in length and is generally thought to have been one of the most important predators of the era.
And even though these formidable beasts could not stray far from the water's edge.
Yet it wasn't until 2010.
Why even cut to footage like that if you're not gonna, like, why even bother? Right? You're not gonna let the fucking footage finish its thought. Like, while they could not stray fucking far from the water's edge, and immediately cuts back. Jesus fucking Christ, dude.
10. That the fossils were discovered, hiding in a meteorite crater in Iowa. Imagine that. A meteorite hits Earth and unveils an all-new animal. Large predators like the giant sea scorpion.
I have no idea if that's, like, accurate to how that was discovered. I don't think so. He made it sound like a meteor hit Earth recently, and then that, like, inside of the crater, oh, there's just the fossil of a eurypterid. That's... I'm going to assume that the crater was there beforehand, but what the fuck do I know?
Were obviously plentiful during the dinosaur era, but...
Hold the fuck up.
Predators like the giant sea scorpion Earth and unveils an all-new animal. Large predators like the giant sea scorpion were obviously plentiful during the dinosaur era, but...
No, the fuck they were not. Sea scorpions were completely restricted to the Paleozoic, and there is no evidence that they survived into the Mesozoic whatsoever. In fact, I'm pretty sure they died out, like... They were on their way out, like, during the Permian, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say that, like... Actually, they might have been on their way out, like... around the Carboniferous. I think they might have survived in like the early Permian, if I'm not mistaken. I know that during the Carboniferous there was Megarachne, which was a freshwater sea scorpion, which, you know, is why we use the term Eurypterid. Because when these things live in freshwater, then it's kind of silly to call them sea scorpions. But that was like into the, I want to say, late Carboniferous. So I think that was also one of like the last sort of groups of Eurypterids. They didn't last too much longer after that, but we can double check that. Oh, wow, they lasted until the end of the Permian? Alright. I did not realize that. I thought they, like, died out in the middle of it or something. But yeah, like, unsurprisingly, the Permian mass extinction held back absolutely nothing, including to sea scorpions.
But this one is obviously a notable creature in our world. From this came spiders, lobsters, and a whole host of other animals.
Probably inaccurate to say that this one group of arthropods is responsible for all groups of modern-day arthropods. That's basically insanity. There were other groups of arthropods well before the Eurypterids showed up, and, like, it's more accurate to say that things like Eurypterids were an offshoot of things that would become things like scorpions.
Can't say I'm thrilled about all
right,
that,
arthropods,
but
I'm sorry.
I respect the evolutionary generosity. Number 5. Gorgonops. Trust me.
Okay, Gorgonops is at least a genus, and not a fucking entire clade. He's probably mostly going to use mostly Inus Transevia footage, because obviously.
I haven't made this up. The Gorgonops was a very real creature that roamed the Earth some 250 million years ago. And of course, it was unique, which is a polite way of saying weird. In 1998, paleontologists from the South American Museum and the University of Washington discovered the world's first complete fossil of the Gorgonopsid. The Gorgonopsid was an aggressive
Never mind, he's gone straight to Gorgonopsid.
Predator that had both reptile and mammal traits, which worked together to create a pretty unique combination. For decades, split scientists, some of whom believed that the animal's legs were held beneath the body, like mammals, and some who believed they were splayed on the sides of the body, like reptiles.
Okay, that's not even necessarily like a reptilian/mammalian trait. Because we do have reptiles that hold their legs underneath their bodies. For example, dinosaurs. Dinosaurs held their legs directly underneath their bodies. Like, hey, if you look at fucking Zuko, right, he's gonna sprawl his legs out. Like, that's just what he does. That's the way he crawls around. Dinosaurs held their legs directly underneath their bodies. However, they're not the only ones, because there were other archosaurs that did the same thing. A lot of different types of crocodilian relatives were doing the same thing. Like, you got, well, for one thing, the Pseudosuchians, the, like, Postosuchus, who ended up being entirely bipedal. Pterosaurs, I don't know if they held their legs, like, totally beneath their body. I don't know enough about pterosaur locomotion to, like, say that for certain. I'm talking about, like, legs directly underneath the body. Pseudochampsa? Yeah, like, here you got an example of one from the same time and place as, like, Herrerasaurus and Eoraptor. Like, weird little guy. Long legs just held right underneath the body. Very strange little creature. Yeah, the specific way that legs are held underneath their bodies is slightly different from the way mammals do it. But, like, I know that he doesn't give a shit about the distinction between that. Right? Like, I know he doesn't give a fuck about that minor distinction between the way that, like, Pseudosuchians are doing it, and dinosaurs are doing it, and fucking mammals are doing it. But this is, like, it's just kind of this this old idea on, like, how reptile legs do, more or less. a pretty, I think, somewhat outdated notion on how reptile legs are held. It's just like, oh, all reptiles do this, right? Like the sprawling thing? Like, no, not really.
But something all experts agreed on was that these creatures were the largest predators of the late Paleozoic era, and one of the most ferocious.
I guess that depends on how you... That depends on, number one, are you saying Gorgonops or Gorgonopsids? And are you counting the ocean? Because, like, you know, I guess Helicoprion was dead by the mid-Permian. Joncaria? That does sound like a funny name. It's like the Jonkler. Oh my goodness. That's a big chungus. The Jonkler. Too powerful to be contained. More like the chunk area, am I right? He's straight up jonking it. Is there a size comparison? It's saying that it's like 11 feet long, or up to 16 feet long, which is like pretty fucking big. The Murray has found a rival, dude.
That ever lived. While the Gorgonops fossils had been found in China and Russia, none of them had been complete.
Anos transivia is the genus of Gorgonopsid that is found in Russia, like in the Walking with Monsters segment that takes place in Siberia at the end of the Permian. That species is Anos transivia. Or that genus, rather.
Now, however, we have a fully completed fossil of this fearsome animal, and we can all breathe easy knowing this odd thing is not still out there doing weird reptilian mammal hybrid stuff. That's a thing, right? Number 4. Giant dinosaur.
Bro, you can't name fucking anything. We got fucking horned dinosaur and giant sea scorpion and long boys.
I think everyone has collectively accepted that there are probably hundreds, if not thousands of dinosaurs that once roamed the Earth that we still don't know about. But in 2018, researchers at the University of Johannesburg discovered a new one. The researchers uncovered the bones of a new species of giant dinosaur that roamed the Earth over 200 million years ago. This animal...
Johannesburg. Is this Giraffatitan? No. I don't think that's in the right formation. Johannesburg. Yeah, what is the genus name?
Weighed over 24,000 pounds.
Name.
And measured some 13 feet in length.
Name.
That's twice the size of an elephant.
Name.
During their lifetime, these creatures were the largest animals living on Earth. And that's not the only notable thing about
Name.
them. According to the researchers, these animals are the distant...
Why are you showing Therizinosaur footage? Give me the goddamn animal's name. Is it Giraffatitan or what?
Ancestors of the sauropods, the dinosaur.
Wait. What the fuck did you just call me?
Just animals living on Earth. And that's not the only notable thing about them. According to the researchers, these animals are the distant ancestors of the sauropods.
Is it not just a sauropod? Is this a prosauropod? Is this a sauropodomorph? What is this animal? Can you tell me what the fuck it is? You know what? Fuck you. Fuck you. No, not the cradle of mankind. Okay. Sauropodomorph dinosaur. Whatever the fuck this is. Okay, giant thunderclap is a cool meaning for a name. Okay, 2018. Fuck you. Fuck you, we found it. I had to go look it up, jackass.
The dinosaurs we all know from the Jurassic Park franchise. I imagine it's only a matter of time before we see them in a sequel then. Or real life if Jurassic Park turns out to be a prediction.
Oh my god. Bro, the first video we watched was like made for this guy. He's gotten the fucking like, oh, Jurassic Park's gonna be real someday. Oh, archaeologists are gonna be the ones digging up dinosaurs. Fuck.
this is likely not the last species of dinosaur that will be discovered in our lifetime.
Obviously not. Is that fucking Speckles? Is that our boy Speckles, the Tarbosaurus?
Technology has allowed us to find new species seemingly every year, and there seems to be no limit to how many dinos were wandering the Earth. It's kind of amazing they died out at all when you think about it. Maybe Jurassic Park is a prediction.
Oh my god.
Lord help us. Number 3. Halscaraptor esculi.
Okay. Halscaraptor, as far as I'm aware, is a relatively recent discovery. Sure. It's a weird one. It's a weird little guy. Halscaraptor, wonderful little creature. Sure. I'll give you this one. I will give you this one. Congratulations.
EA? Another unpronounceable name, another intimidating dinosaur. They just keep on coming, don't they? This one...
Did you say intimidating?
Name, another intimidating dinosaur.
It's a duck. It's a dinosaur duck. It's a dinosaur version of a duck. Okay, the fact that you said it's intimidating, we're crossing this one off. Actually, have we gotten any highly outdated facts yet? I don't know if we got outdated. Mostly just wrong. Trying to think. Okay, yeah, the dinosaur version of a duck is a duck. The non-avian dinosaur version of a duck. I'm trying to think. Because again, like, most of it's not outdated, it's just wrong. Like, oh wait, hold on. He mixed up two different animals. Because he was talking about Anus transceiver with Gorgonos. Bingo! Ring, ding, 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 bingo! He kept conflating Gorgonos with Anus transceiver. That's a bingo right there. Sweet merciful Christ. Thank God. Thank God it's over. Thank God we don't have to worry about it anymore. We could still get another one with highly outdated facts.
They just keep on coming, don't they? This one is kind of what you'd get if you combined a swan with a killer dinosaur.
Brand new dinosaur. It has to be studied from a scientific point of view.
And
look
let's
how
be
tiny
honest,
it is.
We all want to see that, don't we? This dinosaur is one of the more relatively recent of the prehistoric clan, existing around
Relatively recent of the prehistoric... Fuck off.
71 to 75 million years ago. It's almost notable by its swan-like neck, the razor-sharp, killer claws on its feet, and its duck-billed snout. Clearly, this animal was built to swim around the water, but it's pretty clear just from the appearance of the creature that this was not your ordinary dinosaur. Even paleontologists agree with...
Well, yeah, because it's swimming around and acting like a duck.
That conclusion. While most dinosaurs are known to be either land-based or air-based, the Halscaraptor...
Okay. Listen, when he's saying that they're land-based or air-based, I know that this guy is talking about pterosaurs. He's not talking about shit like Yi. He's not talking about Microraptor. He's not even talking about birds, alright? He's talking about pterosaurs. I know he's wrong.
Raptor was an amphibious dino, and as our research has shown us, that's not one of the most popular mixes. The Halscaraptor was discovered in 2017, when a set of fossils were illegally smuggled out of Mongolia. This single illegal act brought the creature to the world's attention, and even if you couldn't pronounce it, you definitely noticed it, right? Number 2.
What?
Thalattosaur. Technically speaking, this dinosaur's real name is the Guncadid josii, but
It's not a dinosaur. It's not a dinosaur. As far as I'm aware, thalattosaurs are just kind of a weird reptile offshoot that occurred during the Triassic. Oh yeah, we got incorrect taxonomy. Did we not have that before? Oh, we got it now. You bet your ass we got it now. Yeah, they're just kind of like a thing that showed up during the Triassic. We're not really too sure what they are or what they're related to. They're weird. They're weird.
think we've established how hard these names are. Have some respect for your
You cannot pronounce Marjorie. Imagine this guy asking, like, oh, hey, do you have any butter or mandarin? Fucking.
friendly neighborhood voiceover artist. Come on. The
Fuck
Thalattosaur
off.
was a marine reptile that lived on Earth over 200 million years ago. And this particular
Wait, did he say that the long neck from Johannesburg was the longest sauropod ever? Hold up, did he actually? I'll speed through this segment real quick.
Number 4. Giant dinosaur. I think everyone has collectively accepted that there are probably hundreds, if not thousands of dinosaurs that once roamed the Earth that we still don't know about. But in 2018, researchers at the University of Johannesburg discovered a new one. The researchers uncovered the bones of a new species of giant dinosaur that roamed the Earth over 200 million years ago. This animal weighed over 24,000 pounds and measured some 13 feet in length. That...
Hold on, 24,000 pounds for our, How... Okay. 12 tons. Okay, so that's right. That's correct.
It's twice the size of an elephant. During their lifetime, these creatures were the largest animals living on Earth, and that...
Okay. Largest on Earth, that counts. That counts. You're right.
That lived on Earth over 200 million years ago. And this particular species, the the new one, is the most complete fossil.
You will never be the feathered friend. You will never be the feathered friend. Tyrannosaurus is one of the largest
ever found in North America. And when it was discovered in the wild year that was 2020,
Thalattosaur found in Oregon. And this particular animal...
the find proved to be so
Can I hear that guy? Can I hear that guy talk about it? Because he's gonna know what it is and how to pronounce it. Please?
Influential that it granted paleontologists new insights into the family tree of this dinosaur. The fossil was found in rocks hidden in a typically underwater area of southeast Alaska. Thanks to extremely low tides,
Didn't the other guy say it was found in Oregon? Well, maybe that's because it's a different species.
Paleontologists were able to uncover what turned out to be one of the most groundbreaking finds in dinosaur history.
Not dinosaur.
And for those of you wondering where that extremely long name came from, it was named in honor of the Alaskan legend of Gunkadit, a sea monster that would allegedly bring good fortune to those that saw it. By extension, the good luck of low tide allowed the paleontologists to find and see the Thalattosaur. Number
Well, the only thing low tide is this video. PU.
1. Humans. Yep.
It turns out it's man. It turns out it's man. You see, I recently discovered a man named Steve. And that means he's a prehistoric creature that's been recently discovered.
Yep. Bet you didn't know that there was a whole new species of human discovered recently. We are apparently not the only humans.
You mean hominid? Do you mean hominid? Kind of... Fuck it.
To have wandered the Earth. Although, let's be honest, we like to think that, don't we?
Was doing something that until this moment we thought was unique to modern humans.
Many years ago, scientists exploring the Philippine island of Luzon discovered 7 teeth and a few bones that were believed to belong to a then unknown human species. The discovery led the species to be named Homo luzonensis, after the island. However, the bones were tiny, which led many to conclude that these humans...
Yeah, why would it be shocking that other human species exist? We know about a lot of fucking species of humans. Like... There's loads of different ones. There's like, Homo florenensis, I think. Like, there's the Neanderthals. There's so many homos out there. There's so many homos. It is Pride Month after all. There's so many homos, countless homos. Am I glad he's frozen in there and we're out here and he's the sheriff and that he's in there and we're out here and we're in there and I just remembered we're out here. But what I want to know is where's the caveman?
Would be under 4 feet tall. And that's just one species. In 2007, the second species of small human was found in Indonesia, on the island of Flores. While they were initially referred to as the Hobbit, they were soon given the name Homo florenziensis.
Told ya! I got the name wrong, because I don't know all that much about, you know, early humans, but I know enough to know that they exist!
Every time YouTube tries to gives me an ad, it crashes the stream. Anyways, this is definitely one of the best streams I've seen. Also, if you were a furry, what Dino would your persona be?
I wouldn't have one. Thank you for the dollar dues. Like, I am very sorry that the ads keep crashing your stream. If you want, you can just, like, I wouldn't blame you if you turned on ad blocker. Like, that's totally fine. I don't blame you for that. Listen, I'm not a furry. I can't say that. I'm very sorry.
Less catchy. These species lived around 50,000 years ago, alongside our own species, the Neanderthals. But the questions remain. How did they move around? And who were their ancestors?
I must alert the rest of the XOCLAXIANS. The HOOMINS are real.
The humans. Thank you for the $5 reduce. Jesus Christ. This is so awful. How did they move around? How did they get places? How did these... You know, we haven't found any leg bones of these early humans, so I think it's safe to assume that they didn't have legs. Boom. What did the first guy do? What? Prove me wrong, paleontologist. What? What? Step off, bro. Step off, bro.
Ancestors. As yet, science has been unable to answer these questions, but we can just continue to believe that the world revolves around us. Isn't that the human way? Did you know about any of these prehistoric...
Cops make the worst discovery inside an airport. They still breathing! These are giant sacks covered in blood. But they still breathing. Also, these videos are like an hour long each. I think this guy has transitioned entirely to, if I had to guess, fake body cam stuff. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, we got some gold here. Oh my god. Oh, it's clearly not going well for them. Because these videos are not getting all that many views. Wait, it's Skeleton Boy! We've seen this one before! We've seen Skeleton Boy before! Except now there's two skeletons. He's naked. Why are they all talking in Ebonics? Hey, yo, he naked. We still alive. I hear kids. What do you mean these girls I have chained up are not 18? Why the chains are so common? Look at this happy dog. This happy dog just having killed someone. God. Sweet merciful Christ. When exactly did he make this transition? We eat Daddy. We eat him. I ate my boyfriend. When did you transition from like shitty top 10 lists to... Oh my god! We've seen this though before too! With like the little girl pulling a gun on the cop who's not holding a gun. I saw his pee-pee. I have two genders. Stupid criminals caught on police body cam. Dad wants me dead. I would too. You have the eyes of a demon. You support Joe Biden? Get dynamited, idiot. Okay. His last top 20 video was a year ago. It was a year ago, and then he transitioned to the fucking fake body cam footage. Depressing. We'll never see the like of 20 new prehistoric creatures recently discovered. Also, that's Stegoros. My god. I feel like the fucking top 20 lists were doing better for him views-wise. This guy's a face hugger up his nose. Goodness gracious. Well, we do have one more video. I don't know. We haven't quite reached 4 hours yet. We could do another long one. Another long boy stream. We did at least get a bingo. I'm satisfied. Now, this is the most recent one, so it has the potential to be the sludgiest. I for one, am very excited to see what this 9,000 view hidden gem could possibly be. What mysterious, horrible creatures are there? Gotta do Neuroviz Monoverse stuff for non-sludge AI content. What is this Neuroviz? What the fuck?
On tonight's episode of Unanswered Oddities, humans. Are they real or just a youngling's fairy tale? Humans have been a great mystery of our time. These creatures of lore supposedly ate potatoes and enjoyed sleep. They're thought to be long extinct, if they ever existed at all. But recent sightings all across the world have drummed up the debate once again. Rural Morgmog, 2 hours outside of Deedle, a hiker claims to have seen a human.
So yeah, it was just, it was a Tuesday night. I had just gotten home from spitting. I went out for my midnight lurk, you know. I was just being creepy and weird, and that's when I saw it. It was a human. You could tell by the knees. I've seen them in the historical books, and it was just standing there, listening to sounds. I thought I might die.
I was called to the scene around midnight. Mr. Fugsnuck was in a panic. I searched the area for humans, but only found a toothbrush.
We don't know much about humans, other than they were most likely wildly stupid creatures. We do believe they did some cool things, though, like super sweet water sports.
The current prevailing theory is that humanity was wiped off the planet by what were called escalators. One by one, each human slowly sucked into the moving stairs, taken out by their own dumb invention. It would have been quite the sight.
But of course not everyone believes that humans existed.
Humans ain't real, brother. That's a ruse made up by the monolith to distract us from the fact that they are putting plants in our food.
Whether you are a believer or not, something happened to Mr. Fugsnuck that night.
Now that I think about it, it could have just been a tree that I saw. It was pretty dark, and my eyes were closed, so it's hard to say.
As is department policy, I fired off multiple rounds into those woods just in case there was a human. I was promoted shortly after.
Without definitive proof, we may never know if humans actually existed or still exist today. What we do know is water sports are awesome.
What the f... Lance, how did you find this? How did you find this? Oh my goodness. That was... AI is the future. My God. I've been convinced. Okay, well, let's... a hat merchant named Jim showed it off. I understand now. That seems like something that he would find. One last sludge for the road.
Can you imagine coming...
Oh, that's way too quiet. I can already tell it's way too quiet.
Can you imagine coming face to face with a bear that was over 12 feet tall when
I don't want to come face to face with any bear unless there's like a barrier in between us. A bear ear, one might say.
Standing on its hind legs? Hey there. Welcome to another exciting video on our channel.
Lizard!
Today we're going to talk about some of the deadliest animals that have ever existed on Earth, and the way they lived and hunted would give you goosebumps.
Oh my God. Okay, that's AI. AI generated image. Look at his tiny fucking ankles. Look at that. They're like squeezed out like a tube of toothpaste. Look at that shit. So we got an AI generated image right off the fucking bat. Because this is... Dear God. Look at his wrist. Look at his wrist right here. Just squimsh.
Bumps. So, are you ready to explore the past and learn about some of the most deadly creatures that once roamed the earth?
Heck
15,
yeah!
The short-faced bear.
Brr.
The short-faced bear, also known as Arctodus simus, was a massive bear that stood up to 12 feet tall when standing on its hind legs. It weighed
about as tall as a polar bear. Again, we've gone through Arctodus a few times. About as big as a polar bear.
Between 1,000 and 1,400 pounds, making it the largest land predator in North America during the Ice Age.
Okay, he's not saying like the largest fucking predator that's ever existed. However, that is still the biggest. Counts.
Most distinctive feature was its short snout, which is where it gets its name. Unlike other bears, the short-faced bear had longer legs, giving it a more upright posture. It had a thick coat of fur that helped it survive in the cold, harsh environment of the Ice Age. The short-faced bear was found throughout North America.
Look at those big old leggy legs. Long leg boy. Long boy. Short face, long legs. Long, tan, and handsome.
From Mexico to Alaska. It lived during the Pleistocene epoch, around 2.5 million to 11...
Also, that's Arctotherium, not Arctodus. Those are different. Those are two different... That's different. It's... Fuck it. I'm counting it.
Million to 11,700 years ago. It was well adapted to the cold, harsh environment of the Ice Age and was able to survive in a variety of habitats, including grasslands, forests, and tundras. Sadly, the short-faced bear went extinct around 11,000 years ago.
Hey, he's saying sadly it went extinct. Not thankfully it went extinct. I'm giving him bonus points for that shit. God, way too many of these channels are way too happy to be like, yes, this thing's fucking extinct. Yes! Fuck you! Yeah, we seem to be getting Arctotherium a lot, because, like, this is a capybara, and this is a jaguar. This is a South American species. I mean, like, with mixed up two different animals, I always want it to be, like, in the script, not in, the images or videos that it shows.
At the end of the Pleistocene epoch. The exact cause of its extinction is still unknown, but scientists believe that it was likely due to a combination of factors, including climate change, habitat...
A combination of factors. Good job.
Habitat loss, and competition with other predators like humans and wolves. The short-faced bear's large...
Oh, wait. Now I'm getting confused because he's using so many fucking pictures of Arctotherium that I'm thinking, like, wolves in South America? Really? I mean, I guess there's, like, the maned wolf, but, like, oh, no, wait, you're talking about Arctodus. Arctodus. Right. Right. Yeah, wolves actually live there. I'm honestly never a fan of the theory when, like, one predator gets out-competed for food by another one. Because, like... I see so many examples of, like, animals living contemporarily, like, multiple different kinds of predators living contemporarily with each other and competing for the same food sources, and, like, they're all still going and nothing's really wrong with them. The only thing really wrong with, like, say, cheetahs in Africa is that, like, you know, we exist, and so we fucked up their population so much that now they're hitting a genetic bottleneck, which sucks for them. Yeah. Like, Africa is always the biggest example I go to, but even then, it's just, like... something on the level of, like... I don't know, snakes and coyotes are both out there hunting for shit like rodents, right? Like squirrels and shit. Fuck it, right? Like, why aren't rattlesnakes extinct? Coyotes are out there breeding like coyotes, eating all the squirrels and shit that rattlesnakes are trying to eat. What the hell?
Large size and carnivorous diet would have made it especially vulnerable to changes in the environment.
Also, it would have been omnivorous almost certainly, like most bears. So, bears are honestly pretty goddamn adaptable. I want to say, like, one of the biggest reasons that the California grizzly bear went extinct is just because humans were hunting the absolute shit out of them. And by the time, like, anyone gave a fuck, it was just, like, way too late. All gone.
The disappearance of its prey. Number 14, the Megalodon.
Also, that looks... no, it's not AI generated, I don't think. Megalodon. Cross it off.
The Megalodon was one of the largest predators to have ever lived, with an estimated length of up to 18 meters and a weight of over 60 tons. Its name
18 meters, 60 tons. I think that sounds about right-ish.
Means big tooth, and its most distinctive feature was its massive...
well, technically its species epithet means big tooth. If you want to go for the genus, okay, yeah, it was still Otodus 2 years ago. I actually don't know what Otodus means. Ear tooth. So ear-shaped tooth. So Otodus megalodon means ear-shaped tooth, big tooth. Big ear-shaped tooth. Good.
Serrated teeth that were up to 18 centimeters long. Its body was streamlined, and it had a powerful tail that allowed it to swim quickly through the water.
We really don't know much about the megalodon body. I think I did watch a video earlier today that said that, like, there are some megalodon vertebrae. There's not going to be much of that, though. There's not a whole lot that you can definitively say on the megalodon body, unfortunately. I think the vertebrae did suggest that the animal was a lot more, like, long and slender than initially thought, so that is what has led to estimates of around, like, an 80-foot length. So, very interesting.
The megalodon was a marine predator.
Megalodon.
That lived in oceans all over the world. It was believed to have preferred warmer waters and was found in tropical and subtropical regions.
True.
The megalodon was a top predator.
You just mispronounced it and then you pronounced it normally again.
Feeding on a variety of marine animals, such as whales, dolphins, and other sharks. The megalodon became extinct approximately 2.6 million years ago during the Pliocene epoch. The exact cause of its extinction...
also, you were saying, like, epic earlier for that word, but now you're saying epoch. I've heard it both ways, along with epoch once or twice. I don't know which is the proper one. I've always heard it pronounced as epic, but whatever. You're just going for both, so fuck it.
Extinction is not known, but several theories suggest that it may have been due to changes in ocean currents, a decline in its food sources, or competition with other predators. Number 13, the Thylacosmilus.
Thylacosmilus? I always heard this like Thylacosmilus. Yeah, this is another a weird boy. I want to say these are like, they're not marsupials. I don't think. Were they marsupials? I don't even remember. They're weird. They're weird little goobers that are just trying out the saber teeth thing. They're not cats. I'm like 99% sure they're not cats. They might be feliforms, but they're not cats. I don't know what the deal is with their chin. I don't know why it's like that. It's just like that. Yeah, I'm gonna look up Thylacosmilus. A Metatherian. That's not helpful. Okay, they're more closely related to marsupials than placentals. Okay, that's helpful. So these are like, these are old boys. Okay, so like Didelphodon. All right, that gives me like more of a perspective on it. Yeah, so it looks like the tooth goes outside of this little of its crimson chin, right? So that's why it's being reconstructed that way. I guess the real question is, would it not be sheathed by like lips or something, by like skin? God, their skulls look weird. Sorry. It looks weird though. Not just the crimson chin, but just like in general. It looks off. They have like tiny little eye sockets. Yeah, bizarre creatures. I don't really know much about them, honestly, except that they're just kind of weird.
The Thylacosmilus lived approximately 6 million to 2.5 million years ago. It was a large predatory mammal that resembled a modern-day cat.
You've already reminded me to subscribe once. Are you going to do that like every couple minutes?
Powerful build and sharp teeth. However, unlike modern-day cats, the Thylacosmilus had a unique feature.
It's Crimson Chin's gay brother, Scrotum Chin.
The Scrotum Chin. You can't swear. Only the super edgy 1985 Crimson Chin can swear. Yeah, and I got canceled for it.
A large marsupial-like pouch located in its lower jaw. This pouch was used to store the Thylacosmilus' elongated canine teeth when...
I think that's a bit big for a Thylacosmilus. Because, like, Macrocenia is a decently sized animal. I guess it's going for the baby there.
They were not in use. The Thylacosmilus' teeth were over 12 centimeters long and were serrated, making them ideal for tearing apart flesh.
Yeah, 12 centimeters long. That's a... Okay, so 30 centimeters is a foot. So that's not even 6 inches for those giant-ass teeth. So yeah, that should be a... I don't think it's that big of an animal. Is there like a size comparison here? Yeah, this is a little guy. Aw, he's kind of cute. People would absolutely keep this as a pet. Absolutely. Like the way that they keep servals and shit and like caracals. Yeah, people would keep this as a pet.
The Thylacosmilus was also around 1.2 meters in length and weighed up to 100 kilograms. The Thylacosmilus was primarily found in South America, specifically in what is now Argentina, Uruguay, Bolivia, and Brazil. It lived in
Brazil mentioned. Let's go.
In grasslands, savannas, and tropical forests, and it was believed to be a solitary and not...
Oh, this is actually a really good side-by-side comparison of the Thylacosmilus and a Smilodon skull. Because I've seen plenty of Smilodon skulls. Honestly, this life reconstruction of the Smilodon looks a little bit fucking weird. I don't know why it's like that. It looks almost like a weasel. It looks like a weasel with saber teeth. But side by side, you can see just how like different the skulls are. Like, look at those beady little eyes. It looks so weird.
Nocturnal animal. As a carnivore, the Thylacosmilus would have preyed on a variety of animals, including large herbivores such as the Toxodon and the Macrauchenia.
Okay, hold the fuck up. I know that Macrochenia is like... I want to say Macrochenia is like horse-sized, right? I want to say like horse-camel size, maybe? Okay. So... No. And Toxodon, I know for a fucking fact... Can we get a size comparison? Aww. Would have been compared to those of hippopotamuses and rhinoceroses. This thing is caracal-sized, man. No. Maybe baby Macrochenia. Maybe. Even then, I feel like a baby would be a lot. Yeah, this is overhyping. 100% this is overhyping. Okay, so far so good on everything else, I think.
Which were also native to South America during this time.
Also,
Thylacosmos became extinct around 2.5 million years ago, at the end of the Pliocene epoch. The exact cause of its extinction is still unknown, but it is believed to have been due...
See, look, this one also just looks kind of like a weasel. It's like a saber-toothed weasel. It's almost Scrat-like, except for the nutsack chin.
...to a combination of factors such as climate change, competition with other predators, and changes in the availability of prey.
Oh, it looks so weird.
Number 12. The Tyrannosaurus Rex.
Look at the way the feathers are rendered on this. It looks weird. We got the sort of cape feather thing going on that was, like, super popular around the time that, like, Saurian was coming out. Or, like, you know, being developed. Still being developed. Yeah, the big old cape T-Rex. The grizzly hawk, as it was called.
The Tyrannosaurus Rex, also known as T-Rex, was a massive predator that lived approximately 68 to 66 million years ago during the late Cretaceous period. It was one of the largest land-based predators.
Not a great Allosaurus either, by the way. Like, the teeth are... There's too many teeth, and they're too thin. Like, hey, we can compare. We can compare. Too many teeth, too thin, and the jaw is very elongated. It's got a very long boy jaw. Like, you can tell it's supposed to be an Allosaurus, because it's got, like, the crest over the eyes, but it's not a great one. I've seen better animatronics.
Predators to have ever existed, with an estimated length of up to 12.3 meters and a weight of over 7 tons. T-Rex had a large, powerful head with a mouth full of sharp, serrated teeth that could measure up to 30 centimeters in length.
Oh, we got it. Jurassic Park / World footage used, and also... This is the fucking Dominion Giga when there is a T-Rex in this fucking scene.
Its arms were relatively short
compared
to its body, and it had 2 powerful legs that allowed it to run quickly and hunt effectively.
Run quickly? No, not really. Compared to other animals in its ecosystem, maybe. But I want to say the max estimates for T-Rex movement go to around like 10, maybe 15 miles an hour. Oh yeah, I marked off Jurassic World footage. No worries. So yeah, like, compared to us humans, that's still pretty damn fast. Like, a T-Rex could probably, like, outpace you. Because you God knows you can only hold that 10-mile-an-hour sprint for so long. But, yeah. T-Rex wasn't exactly a speed demon.
T-Rex lived in what is now North America and likely preferred to live in forests and other areas with abundant prey. It was a carnivore and likely fed on other dinosaurs such as Triceratops and Edmontosaurus. The Tyrannosaurus Rex...
Forest is a bit... the environment of late Cretaceous North America and the Hell Creek Formation specifically is most often compared to that of, like, modern-day Florida in the Florida Everglades, right? So, forest kind of, but it's more swampy. A swamp as seen in the hit 2001 movie Shrek. There's your daily Shrek reference for the day, kids.
became extinct approximately 66 million years ago at the end of the Cretaceous period. The exact cause of its extinction is not known.
Yes, it is. Bro, you're gonna say that for every single fucking animal, even though, like, for T-Rex, yeah, it's known. It was the fucking asteroid. Like, obviously, it was the asteroid. Are you a fucking asteroid denier, motherfucker? Stinky? Stupid?
But it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including a catastrophic asteroid impact, volcanic activity...
Oh, it's just this little thing called the bubonic plague! Oh my god. What caused the T-Rex to go extinct? Oh, just this little thing called the bubonic plague!
And climate change.
Climate change caused by that asteroid thing. Also, why am I glad to know that the woolly rhino is extinct? Hold the fuck up. What are we looking at here? Short-faced bear, megalodon, Thylacosaurus. Thylacosaurus is really not all that big and interesting. Or it's interesting, but it's not all that big and dangerous. Woolly rhino, why am I glad this is extinct?
11. The woolly rhino. The woolly rhino was a large herbivorous mammal that lived approximately 2.6 million to 10,000 years ago. It was covered in a thick, shaggy coat of fur that helped it survive in the cold Arctic environments in which it lived. The most distinct...
Bro, it hasn't even been like 3 minutes since the last time you reminded me to subscribe. Chill the fuck out, dog.
The feature of the woolly rhino was its...
Especially when that bell is so goddamn loud that it just overpowers the voiceover.
Large curved horn that protruded from its forehead. Woolly rhinos could weigh up to 2,700 kilograms and were approximately 3.5...
He was talking like fucking Principal Wells there. The woolly rhino could weigh up to 2,700 pounds.
...meters long. They had a hump on their shoulders that likely served as a muscle attachment for their large head and horn. The woolly rhino lived in the cold, grassy plains of the northern hemisphere, including Siberia, Alaska, and northern Europe. They were well adapted to living in cold environments and likely fed on grasses and other plants that grew in the area. The woolly rhino became extinct approximately...
But nobody knows why. Why it went extinct is still unclear. You're gonna say it.
10,000 years ago during the Quaternary extinction event. The exact cause of their extinction is not known, but it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including climate change, human hunting, and competition with other herbivores.
He sounds so unsure of himself as he's writing his script. Or as he's reading his script out, rather. Like, he is giving me some of those Principal Wells vibes.
Number 10, the Megalania.
Sure,
the Megalania was a giant monitor lizard that lived during the Pleistocene epoch, approximately 2.6 million to 11,700 years ago. It was one of the largest known terrestrial lizards, measuring up to...
I want to say it was the largest known terrestrial lizard. We already got the biggest ever. Yeah, I'm going to count this as AI repeats itself. Because, like, he's been doing the whole... It went extinct here. Why did it go extinct? Yeah, for terrestrial lizards, I think Megalania, or Varanus, whatever the fuck it's called now. What is the scientific name? Varanus priscus. It's just called Megalania. It got kind of a Megalodon situation, where it was like... Its genus has changed a couple times, and now it's just like... It's almost a reverse Megalodon, where it used to be its own genus, Megalania, but now it's in Varanus, which is the genus that most, I think all actually, modern-day monitor lizards fall under. Including, of course, the Komodo dragon. So this is all monitor lizards? Yeah, it just says monitor lizards. Are Aki's in here? Where are my boy Aki's? Look at this guy. Living his best life. They're friends. They're chilling. I'm surprised that an iguana is friends with anything. Gracious. Ridge-tailed monitor. Yeah! Aki! I think that's a yellow one. Oh, I love Aki so much. They're so wonderful. That one looks really fat. That's a fat Aki. Look how chunky he is. Maybe he's been eating mice. I don't know. He looks a bit too chunky. Oh, but I love Aki so much. I want one so bad.
7 meters long and weighing up to 600 kilograms. The Megalania had a robust and muscular body, short legs, and a long, powerful tail.
Oh my god! Again? Dude, when was the last one? That wasn't even like 2 minutes ago. They're gonna be coming like every minute now.
Its head was large and had strong jaws with serrated teeth, making it an effective predator.
An effective predator of this guy, Bob.
Body was covered in bony osteoderms that acted as armor to protect it from attacks by others.
Bony osteoderm? I have never heard of Megalania being covered in osteoderms. What the fuck? It's just a big monitor lizard, is it not? Like, oh sure, it's got like big scales and all, but that's just because it's a big lizard. I don't think it had osteoderms. I've never heard of this. Hold up. Probably being referable to the species being a large osteoderm dating back to approximately 50,000 years ago. Really? I was unaware of monitor lizards even having osteoderms, but alright.
Other animals. The Megalania was native to Australia and was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats, including open woodlands, grasslands, and scrublands.
Oh, is that monsters we met? Is that the monsters we met, Megalania? Just getting kicked in the face by a fucking giant kangaroo?
It was also a skilled climber and could climb trees to hunt prey or escape predators.
Maybe when it was a fucking baby. For one thing, outside of humans, I don't really know what fucking predators Megalania would have had aside from larger Megalania. So that really only would have mattered when it was a baby, I think. Second of all, this is a big-ass fucking lizard. I trust it to knock trees down more than I trust it to climb up them.
The Megalania was a carnivorous predator and fed on a variety of animals, including other reptiles, marsupials, and birds. The Megalania is believed to have become extinct around 50,000 years ago.
Why?
Shortly after the arrival of humans in Australia. The exact cause of its extinction is not known, but it is thought to have been due to a combination of factors, including habitat loss, climate change, and hunting by humans.
Okay, he's using like really weird footage. Because like, there was that one footage where it's just like, oh, the Flores man, right? Yeah, Man of Flores. Like the text just showed up on screen in the middle there. So he's taking footage from videos that like already have text overlaid onto them, and it looks really weird. Direwolf?
Number 9.
Oh, you fool! The direwolf isn't actually extinct. Oh man, will you be upset in 2 years when they totally bring it back? Oh, it's so topical. Oh my god. So the direwolf is extinct, by the way. It's extinct. Colossal didn't bring it back. They just kind of slooped around the genome of a gray wolf. And there you go. Fuck off.
The dire wolf. The dire wolf was a large wolf that lived during the Pleistocene epoch, approximately 125,000 to 9,500 years ago. It was one of the largest canids to ever exist, with an average weight of...
Bro, your fucking watermark is blocking off the direwolf's name. Also, it doesn't even seem that much bigger. 25 extra kilograms.
Of around 68 kilograms, and a height of up to 90 centimeters at the shoulder.
There we go, that seems better.
The dire wolf had a muscular body, powerful jaws, and strong teeth, making it a formidable predator. Its fur was thick and provided insulation against the cold climates of the Pleistocene.
The cold climates of the Pleistocene. Also, I don't know if it would have been that much colder, because again, like, there's so many direwolves down in, like, the La Brea tar pits. Wait, back to that picture. I'd love to see direwolves in the next game. What next game?
Its fur was thick and provided insulation against the cold climates of the Pleistocene.
Christ. But yeah, I don't know if fucking... If direwolves would have really been all that cold. You know? Because again, like, they're down in LA, which would have been, I think, more temperate at the time, but not, like, freezing or... Like, it was an ice age, right? But that doesn't mean it was, like, literally the entire world was frozen. Oh. Like, a lot of the shit that you'll find in the La Brea tar pits, which are in Los Angeles, Southern California, it's loads of fucking direwolves. There's so many goddamn direwolves. So, yeah. Wouldn't have necessarily needed to protect itself against the cold. LA wasn't exactly a fucking blizzard back then.
Pleistocene. The direwolf also had a distinctive skull with a shorter snout than modern wolves. The direwolf was native to North America and was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats, including grasslands, forests, and tundra. It was a social animal that lived and hunted in packs, preying on large animals such as bison and horses. The dire wolf became extinct around 9,500 years ago at the end of the Pleistocene epoch. The exact...
What the fuck? You okay? What? What the fuck happened? He went crazy. He was gaining awareness, bro. Tell me that the exact cause of why it went extinct is unknown. What the fuck just happened, bro? Holy shit. I have to listen to that again. Let's start with Sad Boy Direwolf.
Native to North America and was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats, including grasslands, forests, and tundra. It was a social animal that lived and hunted in packs, preying on large animals such as bison and horses. The dire wolf became extinct around 9,500 years ago at the end of the Pleistocene epoch. The exact cause of its extinction is not known, but it...
Oh my god, he's still going.
...is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including climate change, competition with other predators, and hunting by humans.
Oh my lord. Okay, well, first of all, we do have pack hunting mentioned. I think that does actually apply to direwolves. Also, I have a Chicago flag shirt because it's the Field Museum shirt. It's hard to see because of the glare. But Field Museum. Jesus Christ, what happened to him? He went insane. Holy shit, dude. He gained awareness. We're not super close to anything. We're like 2 away from a bunch of stuff.
Number 8, the Glyptodon. The Glyptodon...
I am not happy that the Glyptodon is extinct. It's just a big, cool armadillo. Like...
was a large, armored...
Would wild size estimate count for Thylaca smilis saying it ate toxodons? No, that's overhyping an animal as being more badass than it was. 100%.
Mammal that lived during the Pleistocene epoch, approximately 2.5 million to 10,000 years ago. It was one of the largest armored mammals to ever exist, with an average weight of around 1,000 kilograms and a length of up to 3 meters.
Boy, Bob, they're just putting Bob next to all these kinds of different creatures.
Glyptodon had a heavily armored shell that covered its entire body, providing protection against predators. Its shell was made up of over 1,000 bony plates and could be as thick as 2.5...
How many is that so far? Holy shit, dude. There was like, yeah, one right at the beginning, and then one like 3 minutes in, and then there was like 2 minutes later, I want to say, yeah, during the woolly rhino, so that's 3. 4? I know there was another one. So this is number 5. I want to say this is number 5. Yeah, this guy was in the Ice Age movie. It's like, so, where's Eddie? He said he's on the verge of an evolutionary breakthrough. Really? I'm flying! Some breakthrough.
Centimeters
That's those
in some
guys.
areas. The Glyptodon also had a small head with a toothless beak, which it used to graze on vegetation. The Glyptodon was native to South America and was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats, including grasslands and forests. It was a herbivore and fed on a variety of vegetation,
You just said that. Oh, we already got repeats itself. God damn it.
including grasses and leaves. The Glyptodon became extinct around 10,000 years ago at the end of the Pleistocene epoch.
Why?
The exact cause of its extinction is not known, but it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including climate change, hunting by humans, and competition with other herbivores. Number 7, the Smilodon.
Smilodon.
The Smilodon, also known as the saber-toothed cat, was a large carnivorous mammal that lived during the Pleistocene epoch.
Everything is living in the Pleistocene epoch. Why did it go extinct? Probably because of climate change, hunting by humans, out competition from other...
Approximately 2.5 million to 10,000 years ago, it was one of the most well-known prehistoric predators.
Look at it frolicking through this field of flowers. Tiptoe through the tulips. This is Diego after he gets his girlfriend in Ice Age 4, Continental Drift. No, I hear that shit in the background. I have no idea what it is. I think it's supposed to be like ambience. I hate it. Whatever it is, I hate it.
With its long, curved canine teeth being a defining feature. The Smilodon had a muscular body, short legs, and a short tail. It was around the same size as a modern-day lion with an average weight of around 250 kilograms. Its most distinctive feature, however, was its long, curved canine teeth, which could be up to 28 centimeters long. The Smilodon was native to North and South America and was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats.
Also, saying it's about as big as a lion is kind of weird because you have so many different species of Smilodon. Like, Populator is the South American species, and it is the biggest one. And I think it's among the largest of the big cats that have ever existed compared to Smilodon fatalis, which is the North American species. Also the state animal of the state fossil of California. Woo. Yeah, this one's... It's so fucking weird.
Including grasslands, forests, and scrublands. It was a solitary animal that hunted large prey, such as bison, horses, and mammoths. The Smilodon became extinct around 10,000 years ago, at the end of the Pleistocene epoch.
Okay, I recognize this background music. I know someone who uses this. Fuck, I can't remember his name. It's kind of a generic name, honestly. I recognize this background music, though.
The exact cause of its extinction is not known, but it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors.
Oh, let me guess. Climate change, hunting by humans, and fucking being outcompeted by other predators, right?
Including climate change, competition with other predators, and hunting by humans.
Wow! Crazy! Crazy!
Number 6, the terror bird.
Okay, terror bird is a whole clade, and terror clade is one entry. I'm counting that. I'm counting it.
The terror bird was a large flightless bird that lived...
No, it was a group of large flightless birds.
During the Cenozoic era.
Also, still is today. Fucking red-legged Seriamas.
Approximately 60 million to 2 million years ago.
60 million! He's doing it again! Okay, hold up. That's outdated. That's outdated because it classifies Gastornis as a terror bird. Because that's what he's saying. He's saying that, like, by saying that, you are saying that Gastornis is a terror bird. And also, it went extinct. Why did it go extinct? Well, because of several factors, such as climate change, hunting by humans, and being outcompeted for food by other species.
It was one of the largest birds to ever exist, with some species standing up to 3 meters tall and weighing up to 400 kilograms. The terror bird had a large, powerful beak that was used to capture and kill prey. Its skull was also heavily reinforced with bone, making it one of the strongest of any bird species. Its legs were long and powerful, allowing it to run at high speeds and cover great distances. The terror bird was native to South America and was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats, including grasslands, forests, and wetlands. It was a skilled hunter and fed on a variety of animals, including small mammals, reptiles, and even other birds. The terror bird became extinct around 1.8 million years ago during the Pleistocene epoch. The exact cause of its extinction is not known, but it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including climate change and competition with other predators.
Oh, not hunting by humans? Not hunting by humans? Say it ain't fucking so.
Number 5, the Irish elk. The Irish elk, also known as the giant deer, was one of the largest deer species that ever existed.
I wonder why it went extinct. I wonder why. I wonder why. Also, why am I glad this is extinct? Big deer. Okay, my friend from Iowa will tell you that he'd be glad for any deer to go extinct. He hates deer. My friend from Iowa fucking hates deer. God, it's just gone into like list of Pleistocene mammals at this point.
With a shoulder height of over 7 feet and antlers that could span over 12 feet from tip to tip.
Ding ding!
The antlers were incredibly impressive, with up to 22 points on each antler and weighed over 80 pounds or 36 kilograms. Despite their size, the Irish elk was a graceful and nimble animal that could run at high speeds. The Irish elk lived during the Pleistocene epoch, approximately 400,000 to 10,000 years ago. They were found throughout Europe, North Africa, and Asia, living in a variety of habitats, including forests, grasslands, and tundra. They were herbivores and fed on a diet of grasses, leaves, and shrubs. The Irish elk became extinct around 10,500 years ago
at
the end of the Pleistocene epoch.
But why?
The exact reasons for their extinction are not clear, but it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including climate change and human hunting.
Oh my god! But not being outcompeted. Not being outcompeted for their vegetation resources by other plant eaters. That's very interesting. That's very interesting, AI. That's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool.
At the end of the Pleistocene epoch, the Earth's climate was undergoing significant changes.
Oh my god, you're actually talking about the climate change? No fucking way. You're actually talking about the climate change and not just saying that it happened? No fucking way. No, there's no chance.
With temperatures and sea levels rising rapidly, this led to changes in the Irish elk's habitat and food sources, which may have contributed to their decline. Additionally, humans were beginning to populate the areas where the Irish elk lived and may have hunted them for food or other resources.
My god.
In number 4, the giant sloth.
The giant enemy sloth.
The giant sloth was a massive animal, with some species reaching up to...
The giant sloth was big. Good.
20 feet or 6 meters in length and weighing as much as 4 tons or 3.6 metric tons. They had long, powerful...
Yeah, like... do we have... Because, yeah, we have, like... Fuck it. I'm crossing that one off. Not for Megatherium, because Megatherium, I imagine, would actually be a fairly dangerous animal. I'm also gonna cross off Video Gets Worse as it goes on. We're not gonna get this one, unfortunately, because, like, that just hasn't been his style so far. Fuck me, dude. Have we had a wild size-o for estimate? I don't think we have. Okay, focuses on one clade too much. Do we count mammals? I want to say we should count mammals. Because this is deadly animals you'd be glad to know are extinct. We've had one shark, one dinosaur, one lizard, and then the rest is just mammals. Oh wait, no, a bird. Okay, I'm counting mammals because, like, for all the animals across all of prehistory to be like, oh, you're glad to know this is extinct. Focusing on nothing but Ice Age mammals from like the end of the Pleistocene is fucking insanity to me.
powerful limbs that were adapted for climbing and digging, and sharp claws that they used to grasp onto.
Does that mistake with the terror bird's time period count for incorrect taxonomy? Yes. Because Gastornis isn't a terror bird, but it was thought to be one previously, which means that's highly outdated. And because it's not a terror bird, that means it's incorrect taxonomy.
Trees and pull down vegetation. Their size and appearance may have been intimidating, but they were actually herbivores. And
oh my god. Even though it was huge and dangerous, it was an herbivore. Okay, that's another one. Oh my god. There's so many, and yet not a bingo to be found. We really need that wild size overestimate.
Primarily ate leaves, stems, and fruits. The giant sloth lived in a variety of habitats, including forests, grasslands, and even deserts throughout North and South America. They preferred forested...
I don't know if I would believe that giant ground sloths lived in deserts, to be honest. You see, giant ground sloths eat plants. Plants don't really grow in deserts.
Areas with plenty of vegetation for food, and often spent their time up in the trees or on the ground.
Up in the trees? Are you talking about just sloths as an entire clade? Or like Megatherium specifically?
They were especially well suited to living in wet and swampy areas where their...
Okay, he's talking about like sloths as an entire clade. He's got to be talking about like the one semi-aquatic sloth.
Powerful limbs and long claws allowed them to navigate difficult terrain. The giant sloth became extinct around 11,000 years ago at the end of the Pleistocene epoch. Number 3.
He didn't say why! Oh my god. Unbelievable. He didn't say why. Wow. I'm in shock.
Tiger. The Tasmanian tiger.
Also, I am not even remotely glad to know that this is extinct. Dude, more than anything, I want this thing to be alive. We've been responsible for the deaths of like so many animals on this fucking list. And this is like the biggest case for why, for that, right? Sweet, merciful God. I am not glad to know that the Tasmanian tiger is extinct at all. It's just transitioned to a list of extinct animals.
Also known as the thylacine, was a large, striped carnivorous marsupial that resembled...
For marsupial standards, it was decently large. I want to say it was about the size of a dog.
A dog or wolf. They had a powerful muscular build and could weigh up to 30 kilograms. They had a distinctive striped coat with dark stripes on a yellowish-brown background and a long, thick tail. Their head was dog-like, with powerful jaws and sharp teeth, and they had a characteristic wide gape. Their rear legs were longer than their front legs, which gave them a distinctive hunched posture when they walked or ran. The Tasmanian tiger was once found throughout Australia, including Tasmania, and was also present in parts of Papua New Guinea.
Literally the same picture, but just mirrored. Man.
New Guinea. They lived in a variety of habitats, including forests, grasslands, and wetlands. They were mainly nocturnal and solitary animals, and their diet consisted of a range of animals, including small mammals, birds, and reptiles. The Tasmanian tiger is believed to have become extinct in the 20th century, with the last known individual dying in captivity in 1936.
Or did it?
The exact reasons for their extinction are not clear.
Are you fucking kidding? This is a species that we drove to extinction because we hunted the fuck out of it, because they sometimes killed farmers' livestock. And also because their pelts are very attractive and people wanted to, like, you know, keep their pelts. And also because they lived on a small island nation, which means that eliminating all of them was relatively easy to do. We know why they went extinct, you motherfucker! But say it was climate change.
But it is believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including hunting, habitat loss, and disease. The Tasmanian tiger was heavily hunted by farmers and hunters, who saw them as a threat to livestock. This led to the Tasmanian tiger being declared a protected species in 1936, but by then it was too late, and the species was already in decline. The introduction of domestic dogs and diseases also contributed to their decline, and habitat loss due to land clearing and other human activities was another factor. Number 2, the velociraptor.
A dinosaur! Guys, we got a dinosaur! Oh my god. It's been so long, I almost forgot they were even an option on this list. It's been so long. And of course, it's... Gotta get it. I gotta get it. This. Life size, by the way. Life size. 1-to-1 scale. Fish, this list is terrible. You're right. You're right, Velociraptor Skull. This list is terrible. Why am I number 2? Why? Why, I'm nothing more than a 6-foot turkey. Why? Well, let's hope he wildly overestimates its size. Please give me the Jurassic Park Velociraptor fucking... Please give me the Jurassic Park Velociraptor size estimates, please.
The Velociraptor was a small to a medium-sized dinosaur that had a
It was small. I can hold its skull in my hand. It was small.
distinctive bird-like appearance. They had a long, thin skulls with sharp, curved teeth and large, forward-facing eyes. They had long, slender arms with sharp claws and stiff, feathered tails. Their body was covered in feathers, which made them warm-blooded animals. The Velociraptor...
Sort of. That's really weird. Okay, like... I'll give that one a sort of. The fact that dinosaurs are feathered is a big part, or at least the fact that we have found so many feathered dinosaurs, is a big part of why we believe that dinosaurs would have been warm-blooded. But saying it had feathers, therefore it was warm-blooded, is kind of a... It's kind of a weird one there. Especially when you do consider, like, the early archosaurs that would have evolved to create feathers and stuff like that, but...
lived during the Cretaceous period, approximately 75 to 71 million years ago. They were found in what is now Mongolia and China. They lived in a variety of habitats, including forests, deserts, and open plains.
I don't know if it's exactly accurate to say that Velociraptor lived in deserts. I don't know a whole hell of a lot about the area that Velociraptor lived in, but I know that, like, now it's the Gobi Desert, but back then it would have been, you know, probably, like, basically every other formation that we found where it's, like, a relatively fluvial area filled with lots of water because, hey, that creates sediments that are really good for preserving fossils and stuff like that.
They were carnivorous animals, and their diet consisted of small animals, such as lizards, mammals, and other dinosaurs. The Velociraptor, like all non-avian dinosaurs, became extinct approximately 66 million years ago.
No, it didn't. Velociraptor went extinct earlier than that. Is there anything here? We need something. See, we can't get this one, because this isn't a purely dinosaur list. We can't get this one because he just, like, hasn't done that. No. Damn. We really need that wild size overestimate.
At the end of the Cretaceous period. Number 1, the Deinotherium.
Really? The Deinotherium. Big elephant with backward tusks. We had meaningless AI statement. I believe it. That doesn't really help our bingo prospects, though.
Dinotherium was a large herbivorous mammal that lived during the Miocene.
Oh, please show the Platypelodon gift. Or GIF.
Pleistocene epochs, approximately 23 million to 2.6 million years ago. It was similar in appearance to modern-day elephants, but with a few distinct features. The Dinotherium had long, downward-curving tusks that protruded from its lower jaw, which it likely used to strip bark from trees.
No!
Its trunk
Not
was shorter
bark!
and more muscular than that of modern-day elephants, and it had a flat, sloping forehead. It also had a long, slender body and was about the same size as a modern-day elephant, with an average weight of around 7,000 kilograms.
Not about the same size as an average modern-day elephant. So terrifying. I'm so glad to know that this horrid monster is extinct. This terrible beast.
The Dinotherium was native to Africa, Asia, and Europe.
Also, yeah, is a Dinotherium bigger than a modern elephant? Hold up, I gotta look that up. I think it is bigger, actually. That does look bigger. Do we got, like, description, size? General anatomy is similar to that of modern elephants. Proportionally longer, more slender. Bones and toes are longer and less robust. Neck likewise differs notably and is relatively longer, still quite short. The largest species here does seem to be, at least by my estimate, like, it looks like it could be bigger than an elephant. Like a modern day one. But that's a size underestimate, not overestimate. I've never felt so cucked by bingo before. Unless this thing is an obligate scavenger.
And was believed to have lived in a variety of habitats.
Like grasslands and forests?
Savannas and forests. It was a herbivore and fed on a variety of vegetation, including
like leaves,
bark, and grasses. The Dinotherium became extinct during the late Pleistocene epoch.
Due to the combination of factors? Like climate change? And habitat loss? And out-competition for food?
Around 2.6 million years ago. And that concludes our list of the top 15 deadly animals you'll be
Okay. He didn't say why.
Glad to know are extinct. While these creatures were once a significant threat to humans and other animals, their extinction has allowed us to live without the fear of encountering them. We hope.
Yeah, the fear of not encountering a thylacine anymore. Phew! Thank goodness!
Hope you enjoyed this journey back in time and learning about these fascinating animals. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more educational videos like this one.
That one made me angry. I'm not even gonna lie about that. Nice information. Did you just bump a line or something? No, the nader is so excited only. I like the sudden random tone and attitude changes. This made for a good afternoon smoke sesh. Why the narrator starts screaming about the dire wolf. Maybe upset about the wolf's extinction, but he should be glad to know it's extinct. The nader. Hey, nader. 100 gorillas versus 1 T-Rex. Who wins? No one wins. Nader. What do you... You was there too. Stop the annoying bell ringing. We are sorry for that. The exact cause of extinction is not known, but it's believed to have been due to a combination of factors, including climate change. Every single one. They extincted millions of years ago. There aren't specific known causes for their extinction. We are sorry if we haven't specific information about their extinction. I want to die. I crave death. Oh my god. Why would someone make such a thing? Jesus Christ. I am a sweaty boy. Monkey hat. What? Yeah, Jesus Christ, this one was tedious. Like, fuck me, dude. Oh, what could possibly go wrong if we go for one more sludge? What could possibly do bad? Lot thing. Lot thing do bad when sludge. Just one more. I don't know if I can handle one more. We've been going for over 4.5 hours. Top 5 dinosaurs you could beat in a fight by Top Man 2.0. Top 5 dinosaurs you could beat in a fight. That I could beat in a fight. Top Man 2.0. There we go. 5 dinosaurs you could take in a fight.
When we talk about dinosaurs, surely it comes to mind some awesome and scary creatures which could look invincible at first glance.
My God.
Or a hand-to-hand fight against them would be a lost cause.
When you think of dinosaurs, the first thing that you think of is Kevin MacLeod music.
However, up next, I will present you those dinosaurs that you could easily win and survive without any scratch. Number 5.
Who could I beat? Who could I beat?
The Compsognathus.
Okay, yeah, I could kick a compy's ass. One-on-one, certainly. I just step on it like bug.
This small predator will undoubtedly be a dinosaur which you would have no problem in a fight. Literally. Because
what do you mean literally? Language barrier, whatever.
Of its size, it would be enough to defeat a possible threat of this small dinosaur. With your feet, maybe as an extra, you could use a stick to do everything even more fun.
Everything even more fun? But I don't want the process to be fun. You know, if you beat it off with a big stick, that makes the process a lot more fun.
According to the evidence, it was normal for them to attack in a herd. However,
all right then. Let's see how far we can get in just this one go.
For an adult person, it would not be at all difficult to end up with a few of them with nothing but their feet or a good pair of boots to help make the task easier and without much effort in between.
I would also say that, like, is it possible that this is overhyping an animal's yeah, it is.
Number 4. The Archaeopteryx. The Archaeopteryx is
butchered pronunciation. So yeah, I also believe that I could beat an Archaeopteryx in a fight. So, you know, fair's fair.
One of the many primitive birds. We know that many of them were really giant. However, the
What? One of the many primitive birds, we know that many of them were really giant. What did he mean by this?
Archaeopteryx barely reached half a meter in height, and its weight, if it reached 1 kilogram, that was too much, since its volume stood out for its plumage. Without
My brain is collapsing in on itself. The volume, it's 1 kilogram, it's too much. But the volume was taken up by the plume. Saying other primitive birds besides Archaeopteryx were giant, but they weren't. They weren't, though.
Without a doubt, facing this dinosaur would not be a great challenge as the first of this list, just enough to use the imagination to opt for the easiest or entertaining way to deal with this prehistoric bird. Number 3. The Microraptor.
Sure.
A little larger than the Archaeopteryx, the Microraptors were other birds of prey of the prehistoric era.
Well, I mean, they were raptors. They were dromaeosaurs. They weren't really birds of prey.
Today would be the equivalent of a medium-sized eagle. However, for their time,
I think it's a bit too big. I think not Archaeopteryx. I think Microraptor is about like crow size. Is it not? Like an eagle. That seems too big for Microraptor. I'm gonna count that as a wild size overestimate because fuck you. The last one made me mad.
Time they were really small, which would not be a great battle to confront them in case of any confrontation. With sticks and rocks, it would be enough to get rid of a Microraptor. That would complicate things in the hypothetical case of having to face them.
What? Having sticks and rocks would make it easier, and that would complicate the issue of having to face them? What the fuck is going on? I'm having a fucking stroke right now.
Number 2. The Epidendrosaurus.
That's... Okay, listen. I've had my issues with pronouncing this name throughout the entire stream. I think I need an Epipendrosaur.
This would be as difficult as facing a swallow. The Epidendrosaurus used to be a small bird of the size of the aforementioned. Of course, it had a good...
It used to be a small bird? What? The size of the aforementioned.
Defense system, with claws that could significantly hurt any nearby threat.
Finger boy. Finger boy. Finger boy, finger boy, finger boy, finger boy. The fingers with the claws, they were wings. Finger boy.
However, this would be another one battle. Since the Epidendrosaurus, by its size, it would be very easy to knock down, which is why we have another dinosaur on the list, which you could kick its butt without any difficulty. Number 1. The Therizinosaurus.
Ah! Oof! Ow! Oof, my pancreas! Ouchies! Ow! fuck? Clearly, I shouldn't have crossed this one off yet, because the animal he's hyping up as being more badass than it was is me! It was man all along, again! Okay, sword fighting a Therizinosaurus does sound fucking awesome, though. That could be like the climax of the next Jurassic World movie.
This feathered dinosaur, whose claws only served to obtain food from the trees, and its way of defending itself was to drop its body on top of its enemies.
Therizinosaurus, quick, use body slam. I'm in shock. I'm in fucking shock right now. What the fuck am I looking at?
Something that, in most cases, it was counterintuitive. It would be an initial scare for us. To defeat...
It would be an initial scare if this thing fell on top of you? This is like a fucking 35-foot long animal. Yeah, it would paralyze you, at best. On a good day, this thing fucking thunderflops on you. You're gonna end up paralyzed.
This 12-meter giant, it would be enough to make it collapse before you. After that, it was very difficult for them to get back on their feet, and they were helpless.
Yeah, they're helpless for you to do what? Like, just... Alright, motherfucker. You tried to fucking body slam me, but now you have fallen onto the ground, and you are helpless before me. Omae wa mo, shinderu, bitch. I mean, if I had a gun, right, maybe I could fight a Therizinosaurus. Maybe, if I, like, got a clean headshot on it. Like an elephant gun. What the actual fuck?
I leave the rest to your imagination.
Okay. Well, it's a good thing I imagined it then, because you see, the thing is, when I imagined it being really fucking stupid. I imagined it being really fucking stupid.
Zero zone.
Oh, the zero zone. Ooh, this is the most terrifying dinosaur that you could beat in a fight. My sensei has trained me for years for a moment just like this. Let's find out.
The Carnotaurus.
Okay, my sensei hasn't trained me for this. Oh my god. Oh, let me guess. The reasoning for this one. Why, look at those little arms. He can't possibly press the attack button and jump at the same time.
We reached up to the last frontier. So far, we have technically survived the prehistoric birds, but we found a fearsome dinosaur like the T-Rex. And this is where we...
T-Rex comparison. T-Rex comparison. I almost want a reverse of this one, like, harmless creature.
What the helly?
What the helly indeed. I don't know what that means, but what the helly indeed.
Cross, the Carnotaurus. Despite measuring 9 meters in height and weighing up to 3...
Height mixed up with length. Okay, you know what? Because he was overhyping the copy, fuck it, we got bingo. Fuck it. He was overhyping the copy as being actually dangerous when it hunted in packs. Fuck it. That's a bingo. We got bingo on this shit.
Tons. This carnivorous dinosaur has its weak points, and to defeat it, it would be enough to have a white weapon and attack its soft belly, where it would be helpless.
Just get to its soft belly. That's all you gotta do, dumbass.
Thanks to its short extremities and its little intelligence.
I'm sure to win because my intelligence is superior. You are no match for me, Carnotaurus. I have trained for years under my sensei. Where did you learn to fight? On a farm? I give up. I give up, dog. The Sludge is won. It's beaten me. It's beaten me. We're done. We're done. We can't do any more than this. We can't possibly top ourselves. I think it is also safe to say that, yeah, the video did get worse over time. It just goes to show, right, that it's not the amount of squares that you get crossed off that necessarily equate to a bingo. It's just how awful, just how much awfulness a video can squeeze into such a short time. It's incredible. It really truly is just a masterclass in sludgery. This man is a genius. Fuck, dude. We're getting like characters in the Sludgeoverse. Top Man 2.0, my god. What a legend we have here. Yeah, we gotta say it. That's our Sludge. Sludge it up. My god. I'm so sweaty. It's getting to that point in summer, ladies and gentlemen, where I just become a sweaty, sweaty boy. Dude, Top Man 2.0 versus the Feathered Friend versus Americano. They're like our big three. They're our big three boys in terms of just like ultimate sludgery. Ultimate sludgery. Okay, this guy thinks he can beat some dinosaurs. Hold on, I just want to see
today
his
it's
rankings.
time to determine.
Yeah, okay, I don't care about your voice. What is your ultimate ranking? I have to know. Oh, there's not actually a tier list? Oh, give me a fucking break. I have to actually watch the whole thing. I don't want that. I don't want to watch your whole fucking video to see what dinosaurs you think you could fight. Because I feel like this is a video that would get less interesting the longer you'd watch it, right? Because it's just like, yeah, I could beat that. Yeah, I could beat that. Yeah, I could beat that. And it's just like, nope, 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 nope. Okay, maybe he thinks he's more confident than he is. Hold on. Let's skip to like a mid-tier one. Like, where's like Gallimimus? Okay, and Kylosaurus. Let's see if we can beat this thing.
There's 12,000 or 12,000 pounds. No, that doesn't even seem accurate.
Yeah. I didn't hear his voice before. It's just like, is that really what he fucking sounds like?
Suchomimus kills the crap out of us, obviously.
Okay, so also Suchomimus wasn't even in Fallen Kingdom, but what the fuck ever at this point. I don't even know who this guy is. I mean, he's a React channel, so I can't say anything bad about that. Otherwise, it's just like Zeus will smite me with a thunderbolt. He kind of does sound like a South Park character. A little bit. Very YouTuber coded. Very content pilled. But I mean, like, again, how much can I talk? You know? Yes, every part of this video just no, I would die. Okay, what about the Velociraptor? Surely.
Like I said, for the male, pretty much goes for the female, but a little worse because they're scarier. Then perhaps. You know,
I mean, yeah, the Jurassic does have 3 S's. Jurassic. He's a snake. He's a snake. He's a snake. He's a sneaky little snake. Claw. Creepypasta AI sludge brain rot? Oh god, I never even considered creepypasta AI sludge. Don't fall, Claw. Yeah, my brain is gorked out, bros. Like, yeah, what would you even look for? Just like, oh, hold on. Slender Man AI. No, that's talking about the AI of the Slender game. AI presidents playing Slender Man, or playing Slender the 8 pages rather. Apparently there's a Sly Cooper video. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely AI garbage. Whatever the fuck it is. I don't know, man. I think Sludge, unfortunately, only goes so far. Especially in terms of being, like, interesting. You know who we haven't checked up on in a while? How's this guy doing? Yeah, sure you did. Oh my god, he found another abandoned pet. He found another abandoned pet shop. You did not. Oh my god. Look, it's even AI generated. It's got the yellow filter over it that all AI generated images have for some fucking reason. Oh. Might we have something to watch for next week? Come on. He's your favorite. He's your favorite. You guys love this man. You guys love him. Hold on. I have to at least see what this abandoned pet shop looks like. Is it another shed or is it the same fucking shed?
I just found this abandoned pet shop.
Okay, well that's a monitor lizard. Look at that soulless eye there. Look at it. Look at that. That's horrifying. That is a horrifying image.
I just found this.
Okay, this looks like more like a room in a house than it does a fucking... than it does a shed. But I imagine this is still just a room in a house. And again, he just puts the words pet store on the wall there. We might have something for next week. We might have something. I'll go through this one off stream so that I can see just how bad it is. Cause I know he's gonna fuck something up. He's gonna fuck up everything. He's gonna touch all of the animals. The last time he found an abandoned pet shop, by the way, like, I assume that some of you have seen videos of ball pythons just being like the sweetest little creatures ever. Like, cute ball python compilation, right? Sure, the snake side of TikTok, why not? Okay, that's copyrighted music. Look at him. Look at him schnoodling. Sweet little baby. We can get to another video anytime now. Sweet little, a little angel. Likes to wear hats. Precious. Precious creature. Okay, that's not a ball python. That looks like a house snake, maybe? Okay, you shut your fucking worthless mouth. So the last time you found an abandoned pet store, not an abandoned axolotl farm. Different. Oh, the AI is not quite as yellow on this one. Okay, I just want to find where he finds the ball python. Because I've never seen... Oh, there we go. There we go.
Gene, I finally found him.
Oh my god, look at that!
Oh my god. Look at that wild type ball python.
That's a big snake. I'm not touching that thing.
Look at that. That looks like a python. Look at this thing. It's curling up. It wants to bite me.
It's gonna bite you.
It's literally trying to bite me right now. I'll go this way.
I have never in my life seen a ball python that pissed off at anything, at anyone before, right? I have never, ever in my life seen someone piss off a ball python to that degree. This man did it just by existing in this snake's presence. Every animal that he interacts with hates him and immediately exhibits defensive display behavior. Everything hates this man. It's just so fucking funny. It's the worst. I can't believe how many animals we saved. Yay! Hateful. Hateful being. Just green stink lines with flies. Actually visible stink lines. Yeah, for a guy who has a channel entirely dedicated to animals, he has, like, negative animal communication skills. He's just the worst. Yeah, they can tell he lacks a soul. Detestable. Awful human being. Anyway, that's our sludge. Sludge it up. I'm tired. That went on for way longer than I expected it to. Yeah, no more. No more for today. This was more than enough. I don't know if we'll stream tomorrow. I have other stuff to do. We'll see. God, I don't even know about Schizo. Will that be on Tuesday? Actually, I think we might be doing something else on Tuesday. We might be recording a podcast. Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm hungry, dog. I'm gonna make me some shrimp skewers. It's gonna be good. So yeah, I'm gonna go. Hope everyone enjoyed the sludge. We made up for our lack of sludge with more than we ever could have asked for. Yeah, I'm tired.